But
How not?
Right now, bro, I'm on a live stream. So I'm gonna be doing debate on the live. So if you want to mute me, that's fine. But so I'm gonna be talking.
No problem.
And this guy's just yapping, bro. I'm about to make this guy shish kebab, bro. Wait. No, don't go there. No. Heli belly. Heli belly.
Let's go.
Yeah, tell Lion to unmute his mic. What the?
Fun.
We live, baby, we live. Oh, baby. We're kicking knives up in this bitch.
Onde vai estar marcado?
Yo.
Alô.
We locked in, bro. Playing with the best throwing knife in Call of Duty. But I still hit trees, though. Really yelling, bro. I'm big as shish kebab and playing COD. You gotta play the game and listen to what they're saying. All this guy's saying is allegory, bro. What was like going on? This guy's dizzy, bro. He's just dizzy. Oh, yo. What are you doing, fuckface? Yo, Ocho Cinco, what are you doing? Stay with the squad, bro. Original, bro. Stay with the squad. Yo, let's go. You got a gun or what?
Let's go.
Go, on me. Make a freaking V. Let's go blue. You guys got a gun?
Where?
You have a gun or no?
Yeah. Let's go.
These guys are...
Yo, here.
Oh, yo. Chopper gunner. Shoot. Chopper gunner. Poop. That's a chopper gunner. Oh, shit. Don't get out. Oh, shit. One more.
Where?
Got it.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Yalla. Hoi. No. Don't get out.
Come over. No. Oh, shit.
Get high ground.
Come.
Hoi.
Here. Here. Enemy.
Go. Pauline, bro. This guy's talking about Pauline all day, bro. My back, fuck's sakes. What are you doing? It's your buddy. This is your buddy, not my buddy. Okay? Come on. Push up.
No.
Yo. Get in. Land on scav. Get in right now.
Let's go.
We'll land on scav. Scav Corey. Go.
Vem now.
Let's go.
Nosso plaquinho.
Yo, yellow. This one.
I'm on.
Yo, Magdulo.
Okay. Let's go.
Culo. Come on.
Culito.
You take some caffeine now.
Bro, you're playing with the best, bro. I'm on live too. Let's go. Drop that. Go. Pop.
Oh, someone over here.
Do straight
Someone
up.
over here.
Squat up on pink. Squat up on pinko. Oh, crash. Yo, this is expert driving right now. Expert driving. Expert driving. Solito.
Oh, oh.
Relaxa.
Over there, over
Yo,
there.
yo, 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 yo. Light
Guy
him up,
here.
light him up, light him up, light him up, light him up. Right now, right now, right now. Go crunchy, go crunchy, go crunchy. Woohoo.
That gun.
No, 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 no. I'm such an idiot, bro. I'm such an idiot. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. I'm such an
you don't
idiot,
have
bro. I
any
tried to do a
gun.
clip, but I'm an idiot.
Peguei um.
We're here, we're here, we're here, we're here.
Mais um, vambora.
Come on, come on. Run.
I want John.
Get in there, bro. He's easy, bro. Easy guy. She's a noob. Noobie.
Oh!
I just made a bad play. I was just being an idiot.
To me.
Oh, drop money.
Yo, retards.
Drop money.
Here.
Mooney. Yeah, this guy's a doctor, bro. I'm done. This guy thinks he's so sick he's a doctor. Get out of my face. Oh, here we go. My turn, maybe. My turn, bro.
Pop away view. Oh,
Here.
we don't have the money.
I'm just gonna be
Oh.
talking. I'll be talking, okay?
Okay, take the money.
That's okay. Thank you guys so much. It's such an honor to speak to you, Mr. Curry. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Good questions. All the questions have been good today, actually. This is,
I know. This has been great. So let's see. I'm gonna
Right
drop
over
you
me,
down
look,
there,
yeah.
Filthy. You have a good night. Thank you so much. So I do kind of want to bounce back and forth between the Video Ninja queue and the TikTok queue. JC, we will get to you here in just 1 second, but I did want to unmute LB Hayes over at Video Ninja. LB, are you there?
UAV.
Yeah, LB. Wait.
LB? Oh, we can't hear you there,
UAV.
LB. I don't know what's going on.
Go
UAV.
chat.
mic muted, perhaps.
Mike muted.
It says Oh,
UAV.
Oh, yo, I got. Yo.
Maybe
Let's
a
go
little
here.
bit
Oh, yo, here, team here. Guaranteed team there. Get ready. See if you can get some
Let's see.
sniper.
We do have. I'm so sorry about that, LB. I hope you can come back for a second. We do have Tom. Tom, are you there?
Come on, let's be
Oh,
nice.
is that allowed?
Go now. Go now. Distraction. Go.
Tom, can
Vamos por aqui, ó. Ponto amarelo.
Ele vai fazer o bait.
Push building, together.
Cara tá em cima, hein? Os caras lá em cima.
Right here. Together.
So,
Don't go separate.
Cara em cima no telhado, on the roof.
Derrubei em cima.
Man, you guys gotta push together. Smoke grenade.
I don't think Christianity has anything to do with Judea. I just think Jesus is
Come here.
based off Discipulus and Dionysus, and the Jewish influence came later. Like.
What? Oh wow. That's crazy word.
Tá no
Is he
parafuso
literally
dele
in
lá
the
também.
tower?
Oh
my god.
Of this far off land.
That's
But then
insane.
people, 100 years later, it's like, this guy to be real.
Yo, you guys gotta push together, man.
And I know there's this highly speculation, and definitely, I think there's some stuff against it, Galatians and Romans. But kind of talk about where could this just be
Gather.
a story, a fable about
Go buy back.
going to a
Go
far-
buy back.
I mean, I could even think it could have been a story of like Dionysus going to a far off land. But I haven't done enough research in that. I don't know if there's if that's
Yeah.
So we do bootleg chat.
Okay, so yeah, there's a lot there. It's close. So first of all, to argue that, you would have to.
I read
argue
every
that
book.
all the
I'm
Apollo
done.
right, yeah.
And as I
He was one. Oh, he wasn't one. Wow.
Perto, hein? É, você viu ali?
Tem um cara aqui, eu vi.
Vazou, vazou.
Vai lá em cima. Aham.
No, buy me back. Buy me back.
E aí?
Wait.
Mestre, pega esse
No.
contrato aí, mestre. Pega esse contrato ali, ó.
Ah, ok,
Consegue?
aqui.
No, okay. Go there.
Já viu ele?
Ah, que
Ai,
isso.
snipada.
Que isso? Não way.
Lá do morro, lá das pedras lá em cima.
Que isso? Olha esse tiro, mano. Caramba. I'll be back.
Go. Take dirt bike. Go dirt bike. Go. They're gonna get you. Dirt bike. Oh, you're dead.
Ai,
You're dead.
esse maluco aí, ai, caralho, snipada aí do lado aí, Léo. Você viu, né?
No. Oh my God.
Esse Léo é doido.
Go now. Run.
Ixi, essa motoca aí vai ter que virar Ghost, mano, agora. Eita, porra.
Oh, go. Go com socorro. Oh my God, she's so Oh shit.
Ó, no grau.
No, they don't have no money. Go.
Léo, nós vamos voltar, Léo.
That was expert driving.
Ai,
Expert
caralho.
driving.
Que mentira,
It's getting
velho.
lagging, bro. Yes, go get out. No, you guys lagging.
Nossa!
Fucking guy, bro. You fucking lagging too hard.
He's well educated in Judaism. He might not be Jewish himself. This is another thing people don't understand. It's really easy without being a Jew. Not only because you could be a God-fearer, but you can be informed. Like, there's Jews everywhere. You can just go talk to them, right? Like, you can learn all kinds of things about Judaism from just like having buddies who are Jewish. And then of course you have all the library. Every major city has a library, and so there's all sorts of research you can do. You can read the Septuagint. Which is why you notice the Gospels are super reliant on the Septuagint. Luke is a classic example. Luke even borrows the style of writing of the Septuagint. Like it's anyway. So yeah, it's totally possible for that to happen. But I find like there's the Gospel of Matthew, and then Revelation is another important example. And I think the letters of Paul, the ones that are authentic. And there's a big difference between, for instance, the authentic letters of Paul and like the pastoral letters. Like the pastorals are like right in the gap. Like this is someone pretending to be sort of pseudo-Jewish, but it's totally not. And you can see that. You can see that in 2 Peter. Clearly, whoever wrote 2 Peter is like sort of trying to pretend to be Jewish, but isn't really. Whereas whoever wrote 1 Peter is super Jewish. And so you can see that. And I think like when you see like Matthew, there's an author. His name is Sim, S-I-M. I cite him. One or two of his books on the historicity of Jesus, and he does this whole study of the Jewish Christian movement. And it was not popular. It did not grow. It got suppressed, kicked out. It ended up being like outside the Roman Empire, like was the only movement left. Essentially, we see it in Epiphanius. He's saying, yeah, they live up in the hills, somewhere across the border. These like weirdos called Nestorians. So there was this sort of original Jewish movement, and Paul talks about it. Like it's like Paul's trying to like unify Judaism and Gentiles, but he's making clear that this is novel for him, right? Like it was super Jewish before that, totally or Jewish originated, right. Jewish run, and they would only bring Gentiles in if they converted to Judaism, which was a thing that happened a lot back then. People don't realize conversion to Judaism was a thing. So that's why I'm convinced that it started in Judaism. Paul let a bunch of Gentiles in, smoothed over the Jewish stuff. And then by the time you get to Mark,
Yo, got a mic?
and certainly you see this already transitional fossil is Hebrews.
Yo.
So like when
Christ is
Paul's
up,
writing,
Christ is risen, repent and pray,
like
be
the Jews
forgiven, you
were
heard?
saved by the Old Testament, like their old covenant. It's a shitty covenant. But we don't need that. We'll be rescued without that. You don't need the old. You can have this new covenant. It's even better, and yada yada. And so he's not basically saying don't be Jewish. He's just saying you don't have to be Jewish. By the time you get to Hebrews, which I think is in the 60s, so it's not long after Paul's died, Hebrews is arguing you don't even need to be Jewish. In fact, if you ever were Jewish or are Jewish now, fucking stop and join us and not do that, right? So that you see the split already happening. So by the time Mark gets there, it's already happening. Now Matthew's pushing back. Matthew is written by the Jewish faction, is very angry about what Mark is doing. And he's trying to re-Judaize Jesus and say, fuck you, damn outsiders, you're appropriating our culture. And so he writes his own gospel to say to sort of remake Jesus as a Jewish hero. And it's very clear that whoever wrote that is a Hellenized Jew, absolutely a diaspora Jew. Anyway, that's how I see it developing. So that's why I don't buy into like that version of what you were talking about. But I don't think it's implausible to explore that hypothesis, and there are serious scholars exploring it today.
It's highly speculative. So I don't,
that's also right.
Yeah. The only reason I feel like it is that it seems like it's all in Greece. Like you're talking about. Like, what is the information that actually puts it in the Judea area? Is there any like?
Yeah, it's very clear to me. Christianity was never successful in Palestine.
Yeah. Okay.
Like just never. And I think it just only picked up.
Yo, got a mic?
So
Yo.
The big, like it had maybe a few Palestinians who were into it. And we see that Paul refers to the saints, the holy ones in
Christ is
Jerusalem,
up, Christ is risen,
and
repent and
the
pray,
Jewish
be
members that
forgiven,
hated
you heard?
him and fought him all the time in Jerusalem and stuff. So it had a Jewish movement, and it stuck around for a while, but it was never because Paul figured out a way to tap the God-fearer market, which was a huge market. So these were all Hellenists, so Romans, Greeks, smattering of other cultures. And they weren't converting, they weren't becoming proselytes. Penis and following a bunch of dumb rules. Like, you have to give a beacon, come on, man. And so, like, they liked Judaism, but they didn't like the genital mutilation, and they didn't like and what does Paul do? He says, hey, what if you could be Jewish and not do any of that? Yeah. And so they're like, that's amazing. That's absolutely what I wanted.
Yo, got a mic?
He had a huge market to tap. And so I think Paul flooded the church with Gentiles. And it was all over after that, right? Like the church, like that was where all the money was. That's where all the influence was. All your upper class people who are joining are all going to be Hellenists. So, like, by the time you get to the 70s, especially after the Jewish War, when now it's...
got a mic?
Tiene para un 180 minutos.
Yo, you have English or what?
Yo, what's up, my hobos?
Yo, I'm on live stream, so...
You could steal all the great
Yo, got a mic?
Not be Jewish.
Mic
not
up, mic up.
The tax to the Jupiter temple that
Christ is up, Christ is risen, repent and pray, be forgiven.
It's just, anyway, just point being is that the Gentile wing of the church just massively took over. And that's why it's the only version that we see, right? Like, the original version didn't survive.
Yeah, and you've gone over this too, that I think it's because of, like, the transition, the Roman, after all the civil wars and everything, that I think people were looking for something new. So, like, I think that also helps too, where this whole system's dying. Here's these, outskirt, little societies.
And I think also that happened on the pagan side too. So I talk about this in chapter 18 of my book, Not the Impossible Faith. Oh yeah. Which is that in the 3rd century, you had this 50-year-long civil war. You have mass losses, like mass casualties. Like you're just turning over legions over and over. Just everybody's dying. Like, and you have this, and then you have the collapse of the fiduciary economy. So you've got the Great Depression. You got a 50-year-long civil war and the Great Depression. So people are like, no, and you have things like Mithraism had captured the legions. So it was kind of like the religion of the legions, not solely, but it was popular for that. But after 50 years of that failure and death and all that, like you're kind of thinking like, I don't know, Mithraism doesn't seem to be a successful religion because like everybody who's worshiping Mithras is getting killed. So why should I be a Mithraist, right? Yeah. So and I think it's the same thing. And you had other emperors, wannabes that tried to be emperor for a little while and got assassinated. They tried different religions. They tried to make a religion, an imperial religion. They tried to do what Constantine did, and you know, you have Elagabalus is trying to do it with
Yo, King Relio, Sergeant.
and you've got Aurelius Victor is trying to do it with
Yo.
Sol Invictus, but they get assassinated super fast, so their plan doesn't work. And so you have all of these religions that are, you know, in the perception of the public.
Price is up, price is risen, repent and pray.
And so when Constantine comes in, I gotta pick a religion to win this civil war and stabilize the empire. Who do I pick? And I think when he's looking around, he's saying, like, there's only one religion. Nobody's, like, it's completely failed everybody. Because well, the legions weren't, like, counting on it and then getting wiped out.
Well, just talks too much.
There's no emperor who picked it and got killed, so clearly that god is no good. And who spans both sides of the empire? Who's got an existing network that I can use to influence the public, right? And who can I do that? Who hates my enemy? So, right, so like I'm gonna fight a civil war with this guy. I'm gonna pick his enemies because those are the people I want. Yeah, it's Christianity, and so that's how Christianity got picked. I think it was like because of what you're talking about. It's like all the other religions were perceived as failing. Yeah. Constantine threw his bet behind this new religion, and the only thing that happened that changed history is that he just failed to get assassinated. And that was basically the only reason that we're Christian, that the world is Christian today, is because no one succeeded to kill him in his ring. And that's it, right? That's the only fucking reason.
And wasn't Constantine from the East as well, too? So, like, he would have known about those religions and stuff in the East. Like, there's...
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, okay.
And it's worth pointing out that Constantine was a smart ruler. Like, he was a freaking Mussolini asshole, but he was a smart ruler in that he did not say paganism is now false, right? He realized he still had to rule over non-Christians. And so he used Christianity, but also, like, and he did take money from pagan temples and gave it to Christian churches. So he's what do you call, like, putting his finger on the scale.
Yo, crazy, Aljari, Jaraki.
Right, he's picking winners and losers, like the Republicans say you're not supposed to do.
No, Chinano, Zicaro.
But he's still, like, respecting, treating with respect the other religion.
Christ is
and
up,
it's not
Christo
until
reason.
about 60
Yo.
years later
You locked in?
one of his successors finally say, go, fuck it.
Always,
This is illegal.
I'm staying on business now.
Yo, Christ is up, Christ is risen.
So that's how that
Okay.
Yeah, I'm on some live thing right now. About to make shish kebab right now.
Like that. I do need to kind of keep the queue moving, though.
Yeah, keep the queue like OG.
Yeah, alright.
Queue it up,
You
Christ
have a
is
good
up.
night. I'll see you later, okay?
They show the fake evidence, like the fake ossuary. I mean, it's not a fake ossuary. It's the name Jesus.
Okay. Lo Scavarino, Guararino.
I think, like, because you have this redundancy and they're
talking too much.
fast boxes that you can't touch.
Let's go, Christ is up, Christ is risen, repent and pray, be forgiven.
That kind of stuff, that's exactly what would be the case. It's a different question for the mainstream.
Come on, man. Well, these guys don't think Jesus even existed, pretty much. That's basically. Bro, it's the funniest shit, bro. We live in 2026 AD, bro. They're fucking busy. Yeah, Jesus was just picked. He's the only guy who got picked just to make the days, right, chat?
Okay,
right,
man.
Like, if there was a real Jesus, that really happened.
There was a real Jesus, isn't
Be
there?
there. Like, just
Oh,
hang
they
out,
were there.
have a line, whatever.
This is
You
better.
move on, you take
Spiritual.
too much time.
I'm not even on the
Megan.
queue. I'm just.
Good.
I'm just waiting for
anyway,
them.
Like a supernatural Jesus, it was super provable if it were true. The mundane Jesus is a question. You'd have to be lucky to have the kind of evidence that you would need to be smoking gun on that. we could have. I talk about what we could have. It would be convincing. In Obsolete Paradigm, I have like a couple chapters, 3 chapters, where I go into detail. Like, if we had this, and it's completely believable that you could have, then we will be guaranteed that Jesus existed, right? And I even compare, like, I do like chapter, I think it's 4 chapters, compare other historical people. And why are we so certain that Socrates existed? In fact, why are we so certain, which is not very certain, that Apollonius of Tyre existed? And I go through, like, I show them, this is the stuff we have for it. It's pretty good. Why don't we have that
it's
for
pretty
Jesus?
good. It's
That's
pretty
the question
good.
people need to seriously ask. And anyway, I show that. So there's pushing their nose.
Oh, yo, I got a clusty.
Yeah, but it's like, okay, where is
Got a
this
McCluskey.
evidence? Why are you so confident?
Let's go. Let's
You
go
don't
by
have
Lodi.
any
Lodi.
evidence. It's like, why are you so confident?
On me, on yellow. Getting debate and squad lead. Let's go.
Reaction to Oceanus.
Guys, push up, man.
And then for our super chat before we get to JC, real
Come on,
quick,
JC Penny.
South Galatian asked, every time we're forced to speak about Jesus' brother, mother, and father, they should be forced to explain Paul's silence and high Christology. 1 Corinthians 1:22, 1 Corinthians 9:1, and Romans 13:1-3.
Bye, bye, bye.
Yeah. I understand.
Yep.
Oh, it's the
Okay,
Bible.
awesome. Thank you so much for
Go,
those
JC
super
Penny.
chats there. And now JC over there on the tickety-toggety. What's up there,
Tiggity-toggety?
JC? I forgot to do this for a couple of the others.
Drop Mooney,
but,
drop Mooney.
JC, are you over 18?
Drop Mooney.
And, what are your pronouns?
I got a distraction during here.
What have you got for us there, JC?
What do we got for us, boy?
So I heard from some one of my friends.
Yo, push bounty, push bounty.
Hold that
Squad up on yellow.
may have been written by Peter, and that's very plausible. Is that true? And
Guys, come on, 1 hour on Lodi.
why do you think that?
Lock
And
in.
I understand that's probably a very involved question.
Clips and debate, clips and debate, right here.
No,
That's a long answer, but
it really is. Yeah, no, it really isn't.
Nobody
It's a
would
good
do that.
question because I didn't used to.
Let's go.
I just went along.
Yo, that's easy down. That's an easy down right there.
I just went along with
In the
consensus,
field.
right? I'm like, well, everybody says it's a forgery. Okay, I'll just use that. And as I mentioned earlier
Oh,
in
no.
the show, I did adopt a
Push,
lot
push,
of
push.
as many consensus positions as I could, on the historicity of Jesus, simply to not complicate the theory, right? So like, I didn't want to like try to have to.
I'm a bot. I'm a bot. Yo, push in.
Or, like, reduce the number of front lines.
One. No. Hey, brother. Guys, get in there, bro.
Different people. So like that's the mainstream conclusion is that whoever
Call a cluster. Call an airstrike.
different people. And so
There you go.
Será que gana,
Second
porque-
Peter
That's what I'm talking about.
refers to First Peter, so there's no way that Second Peter can be written by real Peter. Now that's the way I was just at that position for a while. I was like, yeah, whatever. First Peter, and I do mention it on the historicity of Jesus. I mentioned the
Yeah,
fact
after I
that
go through,
it is kind of weird that we
I gotta
think
go
First
through
Peter
that
is
first.
fictional because it
Yo.
kind of was mythicist. It's weird because
Sorry.
if it was a forgery, we can kind of explain it.
Okay,
But if it was written by Peter, this is a guy who's saying that he learned
Fuck.
about the crucifixion
I don't
and
care enough
scripture.
about this game for that.
Like, he
Son
never
derrota, no pura
Christ is
derrota.
up,
There's no
Christ is
reason I
risen.
don't play it without people on.
Christ is up, Christ is risen.
It's mostly driving from scripture.
Who is talking
Yeah.
about Christ?
Christ is up,
Sweet
Christ is
baby
risen.
Jesus.
Existed.
Oh, Chris is up.
No, it's Christ.
Oh no, there's a T in there. My bad, bro.
Someone inside there.
There we go.
Against history.
Oh, you got rolled, buddy. Yeah, slam dunk. We clean it up? We clean down there? Oh no. Green, get in there. What are you doing? Chinchilla. Chinchilla.
I think it's above 50% chance that it's authentic. But the consensus scholars are not with me.
What am I doing?
So I
Blue
can't,
tap me.
like, say this
Blue
is
tap me,
slam
please.
dunk, I proved it.
Blue tap me.
And I
One guy just landed in. Green, get your ass in here.
And
Just
the
being a
reason is
goofball.
Well,
Hey.
Oh, my stuff disappeared. This is hilarious.
I'm still planning. I haven't fully read her book, and I have to like
Out of here. Seriously?
fully read it and like, 'cause it's a mathematical argument, and I've got to like
Blue, where are you going?
vet it
Why you go inside?
I'm going on
What are you doing, man? You're with me. I have no gun. Are you serious? You ran away.
And it is. So what she does is she shows that there's.
Oh my gosh, man.
Not such as to suggest.
I don't know where the fuck you're going, bro.
That's not her argument. Her argument is that it looks like. Now.
You're dead. There's a guy there. There's a guy there. Get up. Oh, you're lucky you didn't get double team there. Oh, played up. Go hit that box. Hit that box behind you. Hit that cash. Hit that cash beside you. Cash. He's coming up.
I've, as I point out on the History and City of Jesus, and I pointed out.
What are you fucking doing?
There was a bunker buster, bro. I had to get down.
Yeah, you don't just jump there. You should have jumped off.
Everybody tries to date it after the war.
Bro, I don't know why you ran away when you res me. I had no fucking gun, bro. That's crazy. I thought you were with me, bro. I didn't even check the damn map for like 1 fucking second. Okay, chinchilla. Okay, chinchilla. Okay, what we got here, bro? I'm trying to do a debate, bro. It's not that hard. Go over here, go over here.
And Hebrews is using 1 Peter as a source.
Yeah. You gotta win that, Zico. You gotta win that gulag. Land back here, land back here. Land. Right now, land and loot. Before the gas gets it. Go to yellow, go to yellow. Yellow mark. To the right. Yeah, go there.
It seems like not only would, certainly that Peter would never write 1 Peter unless Jesus didn't exist. So, like, you go read the letter, you can say, like, this is a mythicist. If this is his top disciple, he's a fucking mythicist, right?
Oh, what?
And it's
Why can I?
First of all, a forger
I can run.
get away with forging stuff when Peter was still alive, because then everybody would know it was
Bro,
fake.
check the train, check the train.
This is fucking fake, and Mark and Paul would be warning people about the fake.
Get on the train.
Yo, why can I run, bro? What the fuck?
Lead up. Run, throw smoke and run. Throw smoke and run. Okay, don't land there.
Why can I run, bro?
Wait.
There's no way this guy would write this.
Let's go here. Go there. Scav, yeah.
You know, sharing a house.
Take a look.
Or wherever. Like, where's all that stuff? Housing, why is he only getting scripture?
Yeah, go. Wait. Go further.
Oh, there's people there.
Go further. No, go over here.
Might be
No, go over here. Yellow mark.
Yeah.
Just cruise it. You got time.
If it's a pre-war forgery, it's by someone who has no idea that there's a historical Jesus. And no one knows that Peter knew of historical Jesus, so no one.
Let's go chat. We're doing COD and debates. Come on.
So that's my point. Is that if Hebrews is based on 1 Peter, and Hebrews is pre-war, which I'm pretty sure, I'm very positive it is, then 1 Peter is, proves the non-historicity of Jesus. And I think it is possible to be forged in that scenario. It's just that it's more likely authentic in that scenario. And there's one other piece of this story, and I talk about this scenario, which is that the main reason, pretty much the only reason ever given why 1 Peter is a forgery by mainstreamers.
Okay, buddy.
Yo, I can't run. What?
And that is a wild
No, it's not.
It's just so I can't even begin to explain what the argument is. And so I had to write a whole section about why that's completely ridiculous. Absolutely no way that Peter was not making revenue. He had to be an educated rabbi. It's entirely possible he was educated in Greek.
Do a drive-by.
So all the arguments against
They're there. Drive.
but it's still possible. It could be forged. It could be so it's not a
Okay. Yeah, you got. Oh, fuck. Oh, we should have went the other way.
60% chances. And it's an example of
Go here.
I asked for a Jewish remains.
Don't go deeper. Go outside. They're chasing you, bro. No. What are you doing, bro? What are you fucking doing, you scrub?
First Peter might be
Don't be a scrub.
so that we might not have the original version of it. It might be a pastiche of multiple letters. There's a lot
Look, bro, go to the freaking fire. Go to the police right here. Get a free care package. Oh, this guy's there.
So it's not a straightforward question. Anyway, that's the best answer
I just wanted to ask this
right now.
and this is really interesting. So, look at page records. And so, what is your
Alright, so I'll answer this one quickly for people. I actually wrote about this.
Yeah, I can't even run my.
This guy's way too full of himself.
Crank Bayesian, so let me check to make sure that's what it's
This guy's
called.
way too full of himself. You're glazing this guy so hard.
Unwin's another. Yeah. Crank Bayesian's Swinburne and Unwin. It's UNWIN.
And by the way,
You
I
go to
have
my
no
blog,
idea
which is.
wrote a blog about this. I genuinely,
Yeah,
I didn't
know,
even know.
Oh my god, never stand still.
I've written a million articles on my blog for.
Never stand still.
Holy shit, is it 30 years?
What the fuck was that?
Close to 30 years. It's a long time. Yeah, as far as it's just.
Get out of there, get out of there. Left.
Search box.
Man,
So you can
Fucking
look for
shit.
you
Swinburne.
gotta get fucking
My
faster,
controller's
man.
broke, man.
Swinburne. If you look for Unwin, there's only one article, and that's the one we're interested in now. Yeah, and I go into that, like, it goes back to 2005, because when The Empty Tomb was published, that was an edited volume with Lauder and Price, and a bunch of us were in that. Michael Martin, Jeffrey Lauder, Robert Price contributed. I had multiple chapters myself. Still to this day, I think holds up as a really good book. I don't agree with every chapter in it, but mine are pretty solid. Lauder's is pretty useful. There's other good ones in there. But even since then, people have been challenging the so-called Bayesianism of Swinburne. It's crank. It's a crank use of Bayes' theorem. And there was a hot minute when Craig was using it, and then it was being used against him, and he realized Bayes' theorem is a fucking torpedo for his entire religion, so he became an anti-Bayesian. That's worth pointing out. That happened as well. I have an article about crank Bayesianism in Craig as well. You can check that out. But yeah, no, Swinburne's completely misusing the argument. He's not building a correct reference class. His prior probabilities are fucking wildly ridiculous. He's not doing a correct. If you're going to do a valid Bayesian argument, you can't leave evidence out. Right? It's a fundamental. Like if
Yeah, you should listen to your own
and
advice.
B do not together constitute everything you know, the conclusion is invalid.
Got a mic, type 1, Mr. Slayer.
So all things you know, all the evidence you have, all the things you know about the world have to be in E and B in the equation for Bayes' theorem. And Swinburne just fucking rolls right over that. It's
Mic up, crisis up, crisis risk, baby, forgiven.
any argument he makes, when you put the evidence back in that he's left out, it flips the argument from for God to against God. Same as any other apologist. The only thing that's different is that he rewords the sham that he's doing using math and Bayes. So he's just doing the same stupid, fallacious bullshit, but he's just giving it a veneer of mathematics, and it's just a scam. And so yeah, it's bogus. So anyway, go there, go check it out. They'll get you what you want.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, JC. Appreciate you. Before we ping pong back over to Video Ninja, I did want to give Dalton, the Bible guy, a chance. I know Dalton's been waiting for a bit. Dalton, I know all your information, everything like that. So, how you doing there, Dalton?
Hey, good to see you, bud. And also good to talk to you again, Dr. Carrier. I called in once, I think it was like a year ago, and I asked you about Paul and the resurrection. And today I have another question, and I've written it down to make it as concise as possible.
Okay.
Don't want to waste anyone's time. Okay, so my question is this. And this question actually applies to both mythicism and historicity, so it kind of is like for everybody. John J. Collins has argued that the one like a son of man in Daniel 7 is best understood as an angelic figure, possibly Michael. If that reading is correct, I'm curious about the plausibility
we're doing live
of an
debates.
early
Christ is
Christian
up, Christ is
interpretive
risen.
synthesis
All right.
within Daniel itself. Daniel 9 refers to both an anointed prince, Mashiach Nagid,
You guys
and
got
an
mics
anointed
or
one
what?
who was cut off. Then in Daniel 12:1, Michael arises, and in the Septuagint, the verb is anestisetai, the same verb family later used for resurrection language in the New Testament. So my question is...
Yeah, 100%.
Glazer.
So my question is...
Glazer alert. Glazer
Is it
alert.
historically plausible that early Christians could have read these passages together, Daniel 7, 9, and 12, and interpret them as predicting the death and resurrection of the Messianic Son of Man, Michael figure?
Holy shit, fucking A. Yeah, 100%. And I've said this multiple times. Yeah.
Fucking A.
Yeah, I think it's highly likely. And the more I study, like the more scholarship I read and so on, the more convinced of this that I am. I have a footnote on it in, on the historicity of Jesus. Oh, okay. So I have I have a peer-reviewed article coming out this year in it's Canadian. What is it? God damn it. Anyway, it's a Canadian journal, a Canadian theology journal, and about this, and it's about the dying Messiah concept predating Christianity. Like literally, like 40 scholars agree with me on this. Like it's a long list, and I go through like I have to like fucking beat this horse dead because there's so many people claiming that these guys don't exist. And anyway, but I have a footnote in there where I reference the evidence that has arisen since I published my book on the historicity of Jesus that has made me even more confident in what you're suggesting. And you're right. Like if you could plug Son of Man into Michael, it's just one more. It's like how many more examples of evidence do we need before we decide this? But yeah, it's pretty strong evidence. And one of the reasons that a lot of scholars are resistant to this is because it's the Jehovah's Witnesses. The Jehovah's Witnesses are all big on possibly be true. It would be horrifying to admit.
Not necessarily. Keeps knocking down my mic.
Your new book?
Yeah, new book.
You're right.
You guys got mics? Mic muted?
So Hannah is the big author. Gerald Hannah, not the actress and scholar. Gerald Hannah wrote a book about this. Is Jesus Michael? I can't remember the title of it. I wrote a blog about it. In that blog, I talked about some of the other evidence that I would add to what Hannah
Hello, Chris.
And that's one
What
of
up?
the things.
Doing live debates about Christ is up, Christ is risen.
It's convinced me that, and you mentioned.
Oh, my bad.
No, I'm just doing it live.
Oh,
So
so
I'm
Chris.
calling shit out. I'm a squad lead this, but I'm in the background.
If you're doing
So, yep.
on
So we're doing late drop.
you've got connections, like so many connections to prove exactly what you're talking about. It's like,
From the top, late drop.
Let's go here. Let's go park.
roughly 3.5 years later,
Hey,
the end of the world.
can you turn this TV down or whatever that is, dog?
No, I
What is
can't. I
that?
can't. I'm doing a live debate.
And kicks everybody's ass or whatever, and then 3.5 years later, everybody
Oh.
like, the end of the world. It's like, wait a minute.
Yeah, I'm going back to this
Yeah,
part. Fuck
at
this
least it's not just
Yeah,
bullshit.
yeah,
It's like
yeah.
real
Keep
debate.
calling out. We'll hear you
These
for
guys are
sure.
fucking
Just call out.
authors
We'll
and
hear
shit
you.
like this.
We'll hear
These
you.
guys
We'll
are
hear you in the call out, for sure.
these guys are authors and stuff, and they think they know what's up about Jesus and like the Bible. These guys about to get shish kebab.
Pastor logic that everybody was doing back then. You can read the Dead Sea Scrolls where they're getting Melchizedek as this weird wizard flying down from outer space and killing all of the devil's armies. Like, this is weird shit that can't out of the Bible. So yeah, reading weird shit is easy. And this is not even that weird, right? Like this connection here. So yeah, I'm pretty convinced of it myself. But I acknowledge
We're doing live stream. Sorry, chat.
not everybody's on board with it yet. I think I know why they're not, but so no, you're not off base. I think you've got a really good logic logical line of thought there.
Is that Daryl D. Hannah, Michael in Christ, Michael Traditions and Angel Christology in Early Christianity?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'll check it out.
Fantastic book, by the way. Yeah, it's a great book, even if you just want to learn about first century Judaism, angelology, and so on. But it's also good for like this Christian idea. Like there's a lot of evidence in like Christian fathers and stuff like that that this was kind of like a known secret, like an open secret in early Christianity, that Jesus was Michael. You're not supposed to say it out loud, you know, like whatever. But yeah, no, and it goes into other things. Like Metatron is also.
Push Gav.
And he talks about different things. There's a possibility that Metatron is a
You guys have no clue about history, bro. They're lost.
Who the Metatron is might change.
These guys are all authors and fucking shit like this. I'm not, bro. These guys are glazing them too hard.
Or wrestles with Isaac or whatever. But anyways,
say morning.
And so I got the version of God that people meet in the real world is the Metatron. It's kind of like a drone that God manipulates to speak for him. Weirdly accurately depicted in Dogma the movie. But anyway, it's
More money.
wrong in terms of the actual angel.
More money.
I especially like the storyline of that is not totally wrong.
I think I'm up next, chat.
You think it's like crazy that God would become incarnate to go
Drop money, Glaze.
so now God is unconscious, that's not part of the world anymore.
Glaze, drop money.
You think that's super weird? That would never happen. But there's a, I know the story. So there's a story in the Talmud. That's a real story.
Yeah, nobody cares about the Talmud.
This rabbi learned, he's so wise.
Let's go.
So educated. His study's crazy.
Let's go.
Learned the names of the angels. And apparently, the names of the angels are like.
What's your thing, bro? What are you debating, dude?
I'm doing live debates on King of Knives, best throwing knifer in Call of Duty history, and we do debates too. On YouTube, King of Knives.
Why?
Because I do debates now, and my name's Price is Up, but it's been King of Knives for like 10 years. So like I'm the best throwing knifer on COD, but I'm kind of doing a little bit like a chill. Like I usually play like mad locked in, but I'm doing like 75% locked in right now. But I like it's like the best of both worlds. So.
Do you like crystal meth or what?
What?
Like what's your thing, dude?
My YouTube is King of Knives.
No.
Wait, somebody here. Wait, what? Say it again.
King of Knives. Hashtag Christ.
Crystal meth. Do you like it?
No, I'm just locked in.
We got snipers on hospital, 3 of them.
Yeah, I'm going high ground.
Looking right at us. I'm gonna napalm them.
Bro, I'm a high
everything.
tier fucking COD player, bro. Like, trust me. Don't worry about it.
That is a wackadoo fucking story.
Oh yeah?
And yet it's told really seriously as if this really happened. And this is how the world really works. And so if that's the case, like when you
What? Like what
yeah,
are you
Terminator,
debating?
show what's up.
Anti-Jew or what?
that is not wackadoo at all.
Oh, trade. We traded. Yo, tap me.
It's pretty good.
Oh.
Don't.
Bro, we traded.
Well, thank you, Dr. Carrier. I appreciate the answer.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming up and asking, Dalton. Appreciate you.
Nice.
Haha.
Okay, King of Knives, we will get to you here in
Here we go.
a
Here we go.
second, but we do have,
About to make Shishka bomb.
some others waiting over on Video Ninja.
Let's go, Glaze. Or let's go, Chris. Christ.
No, they're not taking me to go on
So
another platform.
first off is Mike NC. Hey there, Mike. Are you over 18? And
Damn it.
what are your pronouns?
I'm waiting for like 20 minutes. 30 minutes.
Mike, you there?
No, he's not there. Good. Come on.
What are you gonna say, bro? You got it all
I'm gonna
fucking,
defend
you got
Jesus.
it loaded up in the barrel or what?
No, I'm gonna defend Jesus and the history of it. 'Cause they think it's all just fake, bro. It's crazy.
Hey, yeah, I think he's taking his own.
Wait, what?
I get what you're doing. Yeah, but it's on.
Your mic's kind of low.
When the aliens are there to record it.
Your mic's kind of low.
We're gonna need to move. We're getting fucked up here. Enemies are close.
We've got a lot of gifts over there on the TikTok. I will address those nearer to the end. There is somebody
Okay, I'm gonna come back.
I wanted you to say.
Where are they at? Still in the hospital?
Up on roof. They're on our red building.
Are they under us? Oh shit. Yo, they're fucking peeking hard.
I've mentioned that's actually now the mainstream position. It's kind of the position. It's sort of the position.
Damn it, I didn't get my damn friggin' sniper.
It's almost
Ooh, I got my tomahawk.
Yo,
we got a squad up here. Blue, where you at?
And they're making these cases.
We
I don't have a sniper to be fucking with those guys.
Alright. I'm gonna just get my stuff.
Yeah, no.
I'm gonna get my stuff.
No, it's not crazy anymore.
There's a team behind us getting airstriked right now. Pink ping.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily think that it was crank either. I definitely need to see more scholarship.
Okay, what are we doing here? I need a muni box. Fuck.
To be quite honest,
Blue pink, I need a muni box.
and Matt Wingo, if they could
Call it out, soldier.
Matt, I can't remember Matt's name. But
Where they at though?
When are you up, Christ?
They just brought someone from another platform on.
My goodness, come on, it's your turn.
Yeah, I need plates down, plates down.
And I think that would be great.
Blue, I need plates.
You said you need them? Yeah, I was making sure
Whoa.
before I wasted it.
Come on, cross map.
Nice, damn.
Enemy nearby? Right on us?
Awesome. Okay, so Sam,
Wait, throw a nade at me.
Got him.
Let's push big build. Let's push big build. Oh, yo. Oh, no. Oh, I almost tomahawked his ass.
He him.
I know, he him is crazy. No, I'm gonna die. Okay, let's go this side. Other side.
By Richard Carrier. Oh, sorry, yeah, it's a famous book by Richard Bauckham. And in a particular chapter, he makes.
Easy here. Easy money. 20. Oh my gosh. I need help. Zip.
Guys on him? I'm not on him.
Zip now. I need help. Guys, get up here, bro. Call the countering.
I got him.
Oh, we actually wrecking up there.
Was not a team wipe.
They fit well. So he essentially argues this, and then he goes on to conclude that these
We got money.
wouldn't have possibly
Hit that buy. Pop the counter, hit the buy.
In the light of this, I was wondering if this is true.
Go. You're gonna snipe the hospital. Cover him. Oh, he just bought back. Pink with him. Get with him, Steel. Get your head down. He's right there sniping you.
Yeah, I see him.
He's on you somewhere. Put a claymore down.
I bombed your shit again. Nobody else up there.
So, like, for instance, Vincent is totally arguing against that. So there are mainstream arguments against that conclusion now.
Tomahawk, bro. I'm getting freaking tomahawk right now.
But I'm not convinced. I'm pretty sure.
You take my money?
Can act or a common set of volumes written by the same person.
Where they at,
Where's
though?
your money, big dog?
They might have been
Where they at, though? Oh, I see him here.
Now you're
Wow.
from names. The nomological.
No way, bro.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with that. I have
Where'd he go?
whole section in obsolete paradigms. Obsolete
Where's your
Buy
money
back,
at,
buy
big
back.
dog? Is your money green?
Oh, we sniped on fucking red roof.
That came out.
Here.
I can't remember. I think it came out after Jesus.
Go.
No, you might not have done because I think
Oh shit, there's a guy on the buy right in front of me.
by citing.
Go. Push them together. Just one. Oh, no.
It's come out with at least 2 articles, area studies refuting.
Oh, way.
Really specious to me, and I'm waiting for their reply to that article. So
Bruh.
this is going on in literature.
Come on, guys. I gotta pick that damage up, bruh. What's that, 2,000?
I can easily show, and I do show an obsolete paradigm.
Come on, bro. We gotta lock in. Steel City, lock in.
It's completely made up.
Spray. Yes!
He doesn't run any
You got him. Challenge.
Kind of like Fox News. Makes assertions. And I have
She waited too long.
1,000% or whatever.
Run that back, bro. Run that back, bro. You guys were slacking that game. You guys didn't push up fast enough on that fucking zip line, bitch.
In Malcolm, he just makes these assertions, but also
I was fucking laying fire down.
Yeah, you guys fucked me.
Easy nade, GB nade, GB nade. Yeah.
Like I show, like, what name?
Nice.
Yes, Glaze, push
That's
up.
easy. That's easy money. That's easy money. That's easy money.
There should be a bunch of names that are there that shouldn't be there.
Bro, these guys are just talking, bro. Scab behind you. Scab behind you.
Use his own team. Use his own name frequencies. He used his own data to show this.
Take a look. Take a look. Hopefully it pushes you towards change. Ooh, nice land.
Glaze is one of the top players.
Like serious statistical analysis of it. You really don't even need to do that to show that it's but yeah, it's apologetics, not
Yeah, thank you so much for your answer.
Thanks. Alright, thank you, Sam. Appreciate you coming in.
That was an awesome conversation.
Here we go. Here we go.
Awesome name, by the way. Are you over 18? Yeah, are you over 18, and what are your pronouns?
Yeah, I am, and he.
Alright. So, King of Knives, what would you like to ask Carrier tonight?
Basically, like the history of the world. Like, where did we come from, right? Have you ever heard of the book called The Wall Chart of World History?
Yes, I have not like poured over it, but I'm aware of its.
Okay, it shows strong evidence that Israel was a nation for thousands of years, and then it led to the destruction by Babylon, and then they came back, and then the Roman occupation took them over again and destroyed them, and then they came back in their land in 1948. So we know a good amount of history of the time, around 2,000-3,000 BC. We have a good understanding of what happened there. So the issue I'm having is that why do people don't think Jesus existed when he's actually one of the most accounted for person in history, and we judge our days by his existence and what he did, because no one can find flaw in Jesus the man.
Okay.
Straight up laughing at you.
That was a lot of stuff. The calendar arguments.
No, that's one point. That's one point.
I know. It's just like, okay, so you had the calendar argument, and then you had Israel forever.
As a nation for thousands of years, like you say, right?
So King of Knives, first of all,
Run it back. Run it back.
establish that, we're trying to have a civil conversation. There's no need for you to placate your own sensibilities and your own need for superiority. If you can't, then we'll just address your
Bro, won't let me do
comments.
anything.
Okay? So, if you can be civil and have a good conversation, you can stay up.
Of course.
Okay.
So, the calendar argument, I mean, both of these are non sequiturs. So, like, in formal logic, like, the conclusion has to actually follow from the premises, and the conclusion never follows. Like, the conclusion here is Jesus is real because Dionysius Exiguus came up with a calendar. Like, that's just that doesn't work at all. First of all, the dates are wrong. Like, the calendar that we use based on the mythical origin of Jesus doesn't match either gospel. So, and I wrote about this. I have a whole study of this in Hitler, Homer, Bible, Christ, which is my book. I talk about the nativity, the contradiction between Luke and Matthew on the nativity. Matthew puts the birth of Jesus around 6 BC. Luke puts it around 5 or 6 AD. Neither puts it in 1 AD. And so when the medieval monk came up with the chronology that we use now, which is before Christ and the Lord, he made a mathematical mistake, got it wrong, and so we're stuck with this error. So, like, even if Jesus was born in either 6 BC or 6 AD, he wasn't born in 1 AD, so we're not even using the correct years for the years since Jesus was supposedly born. So that's a whole other side thing. It doesn't really matter because even if everybody was wrong about the birth date of Jesus, he still could have existed. So, like, whether Jesus existed or was born in 6 BC or 6 AD or 1 AD, it doesn't matter. All we know is that the chronology we're using now, the dating that we're using, we're talking about what is the year now, 2026, it's based on a mathematical error, whether Jesus existed or not. And it's just... So that's... It doesn't refute the historicity of Jesus either. It doesn't do either. So anyway, that's the calendar argument.
Yeah, I don't really be grinding like that, but
There's the Israel
I just
thing.
be
So
playing.
as best I
I'll be on
understand
this shit.
like, it doesn't make any sense. So I guess if you're really fudging on the use of the
Right.
plural thousands, you could get the biblical history, like the mythical history of Israel to last thousands of years. So like, what is Joshua's conquest? What according to myth? Like, what are we talking about? Like 1400 BC ish, somewhere there. Around
Yeah.
there. 1200, something like that. And then Israel ceases to exist 70 AD. So that's not quite 2,000 years. So you don't really get the plural out of that. But also it's problematic because even according to the Bible, it was actually multiple countries. So you had the state, and then it collapsed into 2 states, and then one state was annihilated, and then another state was annihilated, and then it was a satrapy, and then
it was the 12 tribes, and when David united them.
So, yeah. So it wasn't really. There's not really this consistent existence of Israel. But it doesn't
What do
matter,
you?
even if there
Wait.
was. Say,
But there is though.
Let's take China. China has a better claim here. So China, the unification of China is what is that? Qin Dynasty. When does the Qin Dynasty start? Somebody quickly find that for me. It's pre-Han, Qin Dynasty, unification of China. Someone get me that.
221.
So what is that?
Is it 221
roughly,
BC?
So let's just say 200 BC. It's been unified ever since. So that's over 2,000 years. So China's got the longest existing civilization that we have, continuous. So unlike Israel, that got wiped out multiple times and had to rebuild, and was never independent like until 1948, right? So like as soon as it got wiped out, it was always a satrapy or a province, or it was always a state, never a nation, right? Briefly under the Hasmoneans, it was kind of independent-ish, but that didn't last very long. But no, China's been consistently unified for over 2,000 years. Does that mean, therefore, that the monkey god is real, or whatever? Right? Like you could go through any kind of like myth or legend.
No, but they
China,
didn't.
Just because China's existed for thousands of years, it doesn't support the existence of
exactly. But they don't.
The existence of Israel doesn't have anything to do with Jesus.
Yeah, the difference between that analogy and Israel is that Israel claimed that God helped them. China doesn't claim that at all. They were just a nation. They just made it on their own hard work.
No, China claims the.
Yes,
the
China has
power
gods.
heaven,
Of course
like,
they do.
Literally. Yeah, that help them all the time. In fact.
No, but there's no evidence of that. That's what I'm trying to say.
I mean, yeah, there's no evidence that God helped Israel.
Yes, there is through Moses.
So Israel, every single time that a major empire went up against Israel, Israel got crushed and lost. So God is clearly pretty weak. He can't even defeat iron chariots, as the saying.
What do you mean? Israel won a lot of battles. What are you talking about, man?
It got
Yeah. So there's no.
I don't know if you know history.
You know about the one. No, you know about the one time in the Old Testament where God could not defeat people because they had iron chariots, right? Like it's a well-known thing.
And then the million other ones that he did.
The Assyrians completely wiped it out. So they took over and defeated Israel. The Babylonians did. The Persians gave them like independence within their state, so they were actually part of the empire. The Greeks kicked their ass. The Romans kicked their ass. They didn't exist for 1,000 years after the Romans kicked their ass, and then the only reason that they exist again is because a bunch of like crazy people funded essentially a genocide in Palestine to like recreate it. This example of like trying to trying to fulfill your own prophecy.
But let me ask you, why did
It was
Okay, a bunch of crazy people. Okay. Then why did they give that land specifically back to them?
Do you know who supplied the weapons to Israel that started Israel in 1948 that allowed them to kick the ass and kill?
What, U.S. and UK?
Drive them out? No, Ghislaine Maxwell's fucking father. Look it up. Look it up.
U.S. and UK?
The fucking Epstein people.
Exactly.
Yes. Her super corrupt.
Yes.
Super corrupt father, famously corrupt guy, basically supplied half the weapons that allowed Israel to exist. And he's not the only like criminal that was involved in recreating.
Yeah, but
Israel.
I'm asking you, why did they get that land back? No. But you just don't even understand history.
King of Knives.
It's a problem.
Hold on 1 second. We need to recap real quick, okay? We need to recap. So you came up with a couple of arguments. One, Israel lasted a long time. It got reestablished, and somehow that says something about Jesus. And then two was the calendar argument, which is a really poor argument. And you pointed out it was just one particular argument.
No.
So
We didn't
I
even
guess,
address that yet. We didn't even address that yet.
No, that's the first thing that Carrier did. Yeah, Carrier initially addressed it. That was the first thing.
Yeah, but I didn't get a rebuttal on that. We moved on.
These are fallacies.
No, all you said. No, I'll tell you. Okay, can I answer? What you said, one account is 5 BC. The other account was, what was the other one? There's 2 accounts, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so but it still puts it within a 5-year window of when he actually was there, right? So, you know,
which can be done for a mythical person as much as.
Of course it can. Of course.
Osiris, we have a year for Osiris. We have a year for Hercules. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Romulus, we have a year
but
for
I just
Romulus.
don't. So you even.
Having a year of a date where someone
Okay.
existed who didn't doesn't make them exist.
Okay,
So,
you yourself said Jesus could exist, right?
yeah, the 1 in 3 chance is what I come up with.
1 in 3, 33%.
Well, yeah. So hold on. In Obsolete Paradigm, didn't Chrissy Hansen help you drive it down to 1 in 4?
Unintentionally, it's 1 in 4. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you could still say 1 in 3 because 1 in 4 is within the margin of error.
Yeah.
So it just basically narrowed my tolerances. But yeah. But if you don't agree with Hansen and Gregor, it's back to 1 in 3. So 1 in 3 at most, right? Like that's the highest.
I don't know. I think
Okay,
like
so-
most major historians in the world would say that he did exist, but the crucifixion and the resurrection. The resurrection probably didn't exist. That's what the argument is. It's not that he did exist. It's did the resurrection happen? That's what we should be talking about.
No, it's totally. I mean, I did for like 30 years. Yeah, I'm like one of the leading counter apologists for resurrection apologetics. And when I debate resurrection, I always assume historicity. I never use mythicism as an argument against resurrection. You can go look for Richard Carrier, Resurrection of Jesus. Google it. You'll find like 1 million videos, hundreds of articles. I've written books on this. So yeah, the best one, frankly, is Resurrection, Faith or Facts, with Blomberg, myself, a few other Christian apologists and atheists. Well, one other atheist, one other Christian apologist. It is, I think, the best summary of the state of the field for resurrection apologists. So folks can go check that out, like Resurrection, Faith or Facts. And I have 2 chapters in there, which is my introduction of who I am, and then my analysis of the debate. And the debate is between, I think, Blomberg and Stecker. Okay. Stecker is taking the atheist position. And so if you want to go into resurrection apologetics, that's a good place to start, because I cite everything that's relevant there.
Okay,
for breadcrumbing that.
To summarize what I'm trying to say is that the reason I added the history of Israel is because the prophets were talking about a Messiah coming. You know, where would be born a virgin, just like how other stories in the world before Jesus had the same kind of.
That's not.
It's prophecy. It's prophecy,
that's
though.
not in the Bible.
It is.
There's no virgin in the Bible.
No. There's prophecy in the Old
they made a
Testament.
mistake. It's a linguistic mistake. It's not in the Bible.
Hold on, you're just hold on a second.
King of Knives. Well, I do want to keep things moving here. There's somebody else that wants to ask a question. If you'll follow me, we can definitely spar over this topic. But these are like pretty basic ass sort of things.
I don't know. You guys really haven't really addressed history, and you have a false understanding of history. Like that's what's going on here. Like literally.
You have a false understanding of history.
Literally.
Oh no, my finger slipped and now he's out. So sorry.
Yeah, I'm a little weirded out by the fact that the Christian apologist is the one who calls himself King of Knives.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. Okay.
But
It's a gaming thing. You got to look it up.
Whatever. Okay.
Thank you so much there, King of Knives. Please just, follow me so that we can spar in the future. But Diamond oh, go ahead.
That's literally what John does, by the way, is what that whole conversation. John is an expert at that. Like, he's fucking got it down. You don't need me here for that.
Yeah.
At all. And if you want my take on it, like I said, his videos, my blog has tons of stuff on it. Check it out.
Yeah. So now, Diamond Child, are you over 18? And what are your pronouns?
What's going on, guys? I'm 28, and I guess I don't know. I'm just a guy here in Canada.
Okay, so if I were to say he came up to ask Carrier a question, that would be correct, or would she be correct, or would they be correct, or would it be something else?
Yeah, he's good.
Okay, right. That's how English language works. So Diamond Child, what have you got for Carrier tonight?
Yeah, I was just scrolling through TikTok, honestly. I was just listening in there, hearing what's up.
Wow.
I don't know what's going on here at all. I'm just here. So, looked like a cool conversation, you know?
That's actually kind of cool, but okay.
Yeah. Okay, well, so just to catch you up there, Diamond Child, both of us are mythicists. Carrier is a historian, and he's a mythicist, and he's written multiple books on the mythicist position. He's got one of the only peer-reviewed monographs, well, technically two now, peer-reviewed monographs on the position. So, are you a mythicist?
So, I don't have any position or anything like that. I just listening, going through life here in other people's positions, just trying to learn. And so are you guys got some like books and stuff out? Is that you're saying?
I do. Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
So John, the host, like, this is his show. He does this all the time. So you might want to come back and check him out. He does a lot of this kind of stuff. Myself, yeah, I'm the historian / philosopher who's published a lot. I actually have 8 or 9 books now. If you go to richardcarrier.info, that's .info, and then look at books on the top menu, you can see the list of all the books I've written. And I've written several books related to this subject, 2 directly on did Jesus exist, and those are 2 serious academic studies of this question. And yeah, I do find that probably he didn't, and the consensus is wrong. But I think it's a respectable chance he did, so I don't think it's absurd to suggest he did. But anyways, yeah, if you want to look into that further, go check that out. And also, if you want to check out more on my blog, I've got social media, my articles there, and I cover many subjects, not just this one. But this is one that it was my postdoc research project, so it's kind of one of the big ones that I'm well known for.
Yeah, outside of Carrier's mythicist work and his history work, he's got a phenomenal backlog, or catalog rather, of philosophy articles, tackling the Kalam cosmological argument and other things that you probably hear a lot here on YouTube. And so, YouTube and TikTok, but yeah, he's got a lot of great stuff in the whole gambit of.
I just got one question tonight. So basically, I think this is maybe why I came on here. So let's say I had a personal trainer, right? Let's say I was trying to lose some weight, and I got a personal trainer, and the trainer trained me, and I lost some weight from this trainer, and I went around and told people about this trainer that trained me. Who would get the credit for that weight that I lost? Would it be fair to give the trainer some credit, or would I take full credit for that? Random question.
I don't know. It's not binary question, right? You can both take credit for it, right? First of all, you obviously have to take some credit because you freaking did it, right?
So
you could have
get some credit.
Yeah,
so you're
exactly.
saying both get some credit, basically.
And that's I'm assuming that we have enough evidence that the trainer actually had really anything to do. Because there's a lot of like scams going on where people will like get you to do something where really you're doing all the work and they're not contributing anything.
I was just wondering, do you guys oh sorry, I totally cut you off there. Do you guys what do you guys like are your positions?
My PhD is in the history of religion and philosophy and science. And then I have a my specialty in history is intellectual history. So history of science.
Let me cut to the chase now, Carrie. And what was your other guy's name? The other host, Carrie and
Well, it's Richard Carrier, and I'm Glass Engineer.
Listen. You guys are gonna laugh. You're gonna.
I'm so sorry. I'm having to mute you. Your holes? You got
something was said there that I don't know what's going on there. Yeah.
You guys are scared? Can I talk?
We're not scared.
No. You said something alarming, and I feel like I'm being gassed.
Just think basically, guys. Don't get too deep. We got a hole in. What we say goes. And review. But all I'm trying to say is because
I'm so sorry, Diamond. Did Jesus go elbow deep in your hole, or was it more shoulder deep?
He saved my life. He went so deep. All my brokenness, he took it all out, man. I'm a free bird.
Damn, he prolapsed you?
I feel you, man. He changed my life.
The accent
saved my soul. Listen, I've been sitting here quietly listening to you guys, but I'm charged up, man. I'm in here in the dark room right now, but I got so much to give your soul.
If Jesus prolapsed my anus, it would definitely strike me that way too.
So look, Diamond Child, your accent sounds Midwestern
It'll help you
Canadian.
forgive your family.
Like upper Midwestern Canadian.
Oh man, that's hilarious. You guys are so sexually charged, bro. It's crazy. Bro, these guys are so sexually charged, bro. They can't help it. They can't help themselves.
Dude, whether you shut your mouth and listen quietly, let them speak, show respect, say anything, they're so angry, bro. Like, what do you guys want,
Bro, this guy doesn't know nothing about history, and he wrote all these books, bro. That's almost fucking stupid, this guy, bro.
I never heard anything.
Oh my, yo, they kicked me because I shish kebab these guys, bro. They were glazing. You know how hard this guy were glazing this guy? They were glazing him so hard. Oh shit. bro. He's the one rando. Yo, all he fucking said was, I'm the one fucking guy out of all the historians that actually go against the grain. Yeah, because you're wrong. You're just one rando when all these guys before you freaking make you shish kebab, and now you want it to go back because they're all dead, and you want to say, oh, I know what's up now? Shut up, bro. Before you knew anything, all these guys laying the foundation before you, bro. Now you want to kick them all to the curb? Get out of my fucking face. Bro, yo, if I would let me on there for longer, if I would have shish kebab this guy so bad, bro. Oh my gosh.
All they do is talk dirty and
Yeah.
talk nasty and act like sick, bro. It's like, dude, and like, they yo, they're just squatting up. It's like, dude.
I know.
On my own, you bozos. You guys gotta sit together all night and freaking hold each other. You don't realize you're.
Yeah, they gotta say something. They gotta say something, bro, because they gotta fucking say something. That's all it is. Trust me. You know when you guys just take things knives because they got nothing else to say because I shish kebab them so bad? They gotta go to my name to actually make a point.
I always tell you that's why I don't talk to these guys, because they're not trying to talk. They just want to be angry and let people. They're just looking for people to recruit. They're recruiting people.
No shit.
Yes, bro. But it's good. You know, we gotta keep pulling up and letting them know, bro, that yo, you guys are not. You're not.
Bro, honestly, all they were doing is moving on once we got to the heat. They kept they kept moving on when we start getting to the heat part, because this guy was about to get fucking shish kebabbed, and then they didn't want to shish kebab this author on here. So they just keep moving on. They just keep moving on. Before you get to substance, they move on. I know what they're doing.
Bro, I can feel the tension through the phone over here, bro. I swear, even when you were on the phone, I can feel their energy is very tense.
Oh yeah, because I come ready to freaking shoot, bro. These guys freaking not ready.
Bro, they're uptight. They're not.
Oh yeah, yeah. When somebody come out and knows what they're talking about, they gotta go. Oh frick, he actually knows. Let's lock in a little bit. Let's lock in, bro. Lock in these biceps, bro.
How can you live with a worldview, bro, where you're so terrified to be confronted? You guys think that that's normal, bro? You just mute me. He's like, oh, I can't hear you. He keeps muting me. Oh, I can't.
You see what he said about the elbow thing with the hole, bro? This guy.
Yeah, just dirty.
Bro, this guy got. Buddy, this guy's an author, and you know how many times he swore? I didn't swear one time, bro. This guy's swearing too much, and the way he's swearing is so like freaking cringe too. He's not even saying it in a cool way. He's just cringe as fuck, bro.
Dude, I got bad energy from that. I'm telling you right now.
Nah, bro, you can't. I'm just fuck. I got laugh energy, bro. That's all I got.
All day, man. All day. It's just like.
Yo, because if these guys were actually in real life, bro, let's see you try to mute us or kick us from the group, bro.
Yeah, James, I've seen where these guys get muted. They fall into sin, and they freaking get locked up, and they get slapped, they get beat up, bro, and they get humbled out, bro. I'm telling you right now, it's a horrible thing, man, because they're perverts, bro. Bill Clinton, all these guys at the top, perverts, bro. What do you think gonna happen?
Bro, yo, this guy want to bring up freaking Epstein guys and all this corrupt evil. Let's talk about that for 2 seconds, and you're gonna get shit kebabbed again, bro.
Freaking nonsense, bro. Let's talk about exactly what's going on, bro. It's money, it's funding, bro. That's a whole.
Oh yeah. You see all the bullshit. You see, I made him look like an idiot, bro. Talking about Israel, right, and how they came back. He's like, oh, the only reason they came back because some fucking Epstein guy gave him some guns. Shut the fuck up, bro. Like, is that what you're gonna say? That's the weakest shit I've ever seen. Actually, it was U.S. and U.K. backed the Israel up. Actually, before let's get to the brass tacks. It's not beat around the bush, and now you're looking like a conspiracy theorist.
I can't believe people can sit on live like that and have that energy, bro, where you're just looking for somebody to come basically like stroke your ego.
Yo, they were glazing him so bad. That Bible guy that I've been on many lives. Something the Bible guy, I forget his name, but I've been on so many of his lives, and he's like, oh, I got a question for you. Oh, did this, and this, basically showing evidence that Jesus didn't exist or a false understanding. Is this really the thing? And he's like, ha, yeah, actually, yeah, it is. Get out of my face.
Yo, first I was trying to be like undercover too.
I know you were. I know they didn't really understand where you're going with it.
They're trying to listen. They're like, oh yeah, that's all they want to hear. Like, bro, like get out of here.
I know.
Dude, as soon as I
it in anymore, man. They're trying to show respect, man. These guys, there's no respect. They have no respect, man. They don't know what respect is.
Yeah.
All you gotta do is just say your point and just freaking dip off. They're gonna kick you off anyway because they're freaking scared. I can't believe that. But yo, they're the losers at the end of the day, man.
I know.
They think like, oh yeah.
Yeah, they're sick on TikTok, bro, but we're sick in real life.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Like,
Let's see how hyped they are in real life and see if you can go hang out with people you never met before. Let's go see if you can go with a different crowd. You know, stuff like that. Can they really do that? 90% of them can't because they're all antisocial.
hold your peace when a trial comes.
Get some jackness.
Bro, yo, they're crazy, man. You guys really think that you're gonna freaking make it without God, bro? You guys are insane, man. Insane, man. Yo, it's okay. You don't have to fully be convinced, but don't be like talking, writing books, and you're like a little baby like this, bro.
I know, right? At least if you're a fucking intellectual as well. I know intellectuals when I hear them. He sounded like an educated idiot. That's.
They just talk like freaking. That's what the Bible says. They just like.
He wasn't even top tier. He's like the lowest of the low.
Yo, this is all they do, bro. This is the Bible says. Yeah, basically in 1997, I came over. No, because there's a 1 in 4 chance. It's 1 in 4.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, yo, 33% is crazy. He actually conceded to 33%. 33% is major. That's worth consideration. It's not like he didn't even narrow it down to like 5 or 10%. You know, he did. Bro, you know, this is the bullshit. This is what I like to call him out on. I said, you're gonna argue the point, but you yourself said you could have existed. So what are you trying to argue here, you freaking moron? Because you know there's cold hard evidence that you cannot deny. But you found a couple little loopholes yourself in history, and you think you got it all figured out. But in reality, you're just making shit up and trying to connect dots where there's no dots. That's what I would tell him. That's what I would tell him. And I would shish kebab and they would kick me, man. But by then,
They always say the same thing, bro. Don't come preach to me. Don't come preach, dude. I'm not preaching. I'm talking, man. What? Like, why do you know why you feel preached to, bro? Because you gotta freaking look in the mirror, man. Nobody's freaking preaching to you, bro. Like, it's not preaching. It's like somebody coming to say, like, man, you gotta fix your life, and your life is no good. You already know. That's it, man. Like, yo, they're not humble, man. These guys, I don't know how they can't make good husbands, good brothers, good sons, good workers, good employees, good coworkers. They're so arrogant, man. They think they're winning. It's like, dude, people don't like
Grant.
you guys,
Yeah.
man. People don't freaking like you guys, man. You're cocky. You're cocky for nothing, too.
I know, bro. That's why I don't need to square. I don't need to get to their level. I just say, yo, I'm shaking half the conversation before I got on and half the conversation during my conversation. I'm just shaking my head. I'm like, you're just making shit up, bro. Like, you're actually an educated idiot.
Dude, they're both sipping for some reason, too. Like, acting so sick. Like, it's Friday night. I'm drinking my whiskey. The other guy drinking beer like this, bro. Like, bro, like, they're both, like, they're just trolling, bro. Like, oh, I'm an authority. Let me just take a shot right now. Like, oh, yeah, you're talking about God. 1 second, let me take a shot.
I know, bro. That's what I'm saying. But
I'm listening to you, like, bro, like, you're preaching to me, bro. And then I tell you, 1 second, yo, listen, King of Knights, you're gonna come on here, you're gonna talk, you're not gonna come on here and you're gonna do your pallywagon. 1 second, let me take my shot after.
Yo.
Nah, as I was saying, like, dude, you guys are freaking trolling, bro. Dude, imagine, like, yo, turn the tables. J-Ma's coming, preach. And then you say, no, I'm gonna give you 10 reasons why he's real, okay? Give me 1 second. Because, bro, 1 second.
Oh my gosh. I know, Eddie. I know. That's what it is.
1 second.
How did you find my page, bro? Did you just see it or you just random?
No, just random. I literally.
No way.
Random, like I told them, just scroll down. Because I sent you one. The guy was listening to, like, some preaching. He was doing some worship. I slid down, and it was you. I was like, no way, King of Knives. And then I'm like, no way again. The guy let me join. Dude, how are you guys preaching like philosophers and you're like sipping? Like, you're just trolling, bro.
Yeah.
When the preacher's
No, this is my
talking,
friend
bro,
Grant.
shut up, man. Like,
I'm on FaceTime.
Imagine, like, the preacher is chatting, bro. Like,
Preacher James, anybody preaching the word of the Lord, you gotta shut up, bro. These guys want to talk over the preacher, bro. Like, bro.
Honestly, like he did not bring any evidence at all. Like he wrote all these damn books. All he did was talk shit, and then but he's like, oh, I just refuted your calendar thing. I'm like, yo, because you gave me one account from Matthew, one account from Mark, how one says 5 BC, the other one says like 5 AD. They don't really know what day he was born. But guess what? Why is everything marked as 1400 AD, 1300 AD? Why do we use that for a fact? Because it's something that we can go off of somewhere in that time where he was born and he died at 33. So we know.
He said everything's wrong, the guy.
Yeah, but it's like they're using the system, and then they're gonna say they're using the system to prove their point when they call the system wrong. What? It's just these guys are just a bunch of old guys who think they knows what's up, but
I know. In their lives, they have no fruit. They have no fruit, bro. And they're leading people to nothing because they're angry and someone hurt them. They got the wrong version of something. And they're out here preaching nonsense to people, bro, because I wrote a book. No one cares if you wrote a book. Experience? Bro, I still talk to... Bro, come on, man. James.
Yeah.
Bro, they lost it, bro. They lost it, man. They lost it, bro.
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's why we gotta do more lives like this, bro. That's easy, bro. Anybody want to come?
Random,
the only time I'm gonna kick somebody is if they're gonna start swearing uncontrollably.
Yo, I was gonna start trolling and being like, yo, King of Knives, let them talk. I know they would have been like, yeah, King of Knives, yeah. Because they like that, bro. They always... But you know what I realized, bro? You know what I realized about these people? Tell me if I'm wrong. The main thing I realized about them is they'll always say, yo, God's not real. And they get all their people. Yo, and then
I know.
End, so, okay, and then now what? What are you offering me? If you're going to say he's not real, that's okay. But now what are you giving me? Like, I'm telling you I have him, and he can come for you guys. We're offering that. He's offering a free gift. But you're telling me he's not real. Okay, so then what? What do you?
No, but this is the funny,
just trolling.
The funniest thing is that they're not even saying for certain he's not real. They're saying
they're not.
They're like, oh, possibly this. Oh, like when I go on these debates, bro, it's either I don't care, I don't know, or possibly. They're not certain. They're just la 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 la. They haven't really locked in. Because once you lock in on life, then your health changes, your mind changes, your work changes when you actually lock in. Okay, so if people don't know what locked in is, it's because they're not locked in. So every man has a certain amount of work they need to do, and every man has a purpose in life. But if you don't actively search it, you're not gonna get there. And if you don't be consistent every day, you're not gonna get there. It's always about consistency and hard work, bro. Like since the beginning of time, bro. Since the beginning of time, that's what God actually admires, and he likes that when you actually hard work and you're doing the right thing as well. So it's all about the fruit. It's all about the works, and it's all about the faith. It's all three. You got to do all three. You can't just slack on one or slack on two. You got to do all three.
Facts, bro.
And that's why I'm on. Bro, this guy would school me in a freaking writing, or like stuff like that. Anything with writing, I would get dummied, bro. This guy's he wrote books, right? But what good is that for you if the information you're relaying is not even, it's just your opinion. You're not even in reality, bro. That's why I'm just he's like, they stopped me and they muted me the first time. They're like, oh, if we're not going to be respectful, we're not going to continue. Because that's when I called his bullshit out the first time. And they have no answer to that. All they have to say is, you're going to be respectful or you're going to get kicked. Yeah, thanks for addressing what I just said before that. And then they just continue with some bull. So that's what it is, bro. Every day I get on here, I learn more and more. And then every day I get on here, the faster I get kicked.
Yeah, bro, and they learn more and more. They teach nothing, bro. And the Bible actually says, because to what I just said, I said there's a heavy thing where it's like, bro, they just want you to agree with them so bad, bro. They hate being challenged, bro. Like, they're so mad about that. And it's like, bro, the Bible literally says they have itching ears. They have itching ears.
Yeah, Grant's my friend.
They don't want to hear sound doctrine. They want to hear something according to their ears, bro. Nicely tickle them, bro. It literally
Yeah,
says
I know, because
my favorite scriptures, bro. I read these for years, man.
like
Still do.
a lot of these guys, they need friends and people in their life to like give them
They don't realize that.
give
bro.
them what do they
don't
call
realize
it?
They're so lonely, bro.
What do they call that when like you need people? Oh yeah, to give them gratification. People just need people in life to give them gratification, bro. That shows, bro. These guys are just glazing each other.
They don't even realize it, bro. They're freaking, bro. Like when you strip it down, bro, that's the biggest thing, bro. When you can't be alone like that, man, the devil, freaking, he'll get you to all these people, man, just messing around, all these beliefs. You're weak. You're the weakest when you're like that. They don't realize, bro. I was weak like that. I don't even know that life anymore, bro. Been too much. Too long now,
We'll
like
start
this.
debate soon, like 1 minute.
You know, it's
Are you watching?
They think they're
Both of you
up,
guys?
bro, but you know what? Your finance is gonna suffer. Your mental health no good. Your inside peace no good. Always need to hang out with friends.
Yeah, bro. And these guys even got lazier. They're just sitting on TikTok and making fun of people. That's all they do. That's all they do. Half the time they make fun of you, right? Or another half they just talk about the sexual stuff. I'm serious. Like it's almost 50-50 on that. Or they just kick you. That's like, I'll say, how about that? 33%. There's your 33. There's your 3. Kicked, sexual, or make fun. One of those. That's the real 33.
Yep.
All right, next debate. I don't know. Are you going to bed or what?
I'm here, bro.
Okay, I'm on next debate. So.
Yo, send it.
Yeah, well, I will.
Crazy, man.
Joe, let me see if you can. Yeah, I'll send it to you, and then I'll ask you if you can join up. Double it up.
Yeah, these guys are pathetic, man.
I know, bro. That's why I just like it, because I learn more and more every day of their bull.
So full of pride, bro. Dude, I heard it all, like, top down.
I know, bro. They just want to make fun and call sexual jokes about Jesus and everything like this.
I've seen all their arguments. I've never been compelled, bro. Never anything.
Like it's honestly like mind blowing how like these guys can't even figure out Jesus existed. It's basically saying like you don't even know what 1 + 1 is. Like there's no argument, bro. Caesar existed, Pharaohs existed, King David existed, Solomon existed. These are facts, bro. Like stop bullshitting right now. You know?
The devil, bro.
Like literally.
I never came like, oh, this, like, he didn't exist. Like, I know, like, there's different angles to it too, right? But it's just the devil, man. Dude, it's the Matrix. They're blinded, man. I'm telling you, man.
It is.
Matrix, bro. It's literally the Matrix. Bro, because even me, I'm like, man, when I woke up, I'm like, no way, man. No way. Nobody even told me, bro. That's the part that blows my mind forever. No one told me, like, we're going around telling people now. Convincingly and
Yeah, because most people don't know what to say.
not a single person ever, bro.
That's what I'm saying, because it's so rare like that.
Very scary.
Well, it's rare, bro. Narrow is the gate, bro.
Bro, it's very scary, man.
It is scary.
I mean, like, yeah. They're talking like bondage, dude. 20 years, 19 years in bondage. Looking for freedom, and nobody can tell you, hey, man. Everybody can see, too, oh, this guy's a problem in school. This guy come late, calling the parents. Yeah, but nobody ever says, hey, man, this is how to raise your kid, right? Funny.
Yeah.
So your kid
On
just
King
runs
David.
around and he's labeled. He believes he's a bad kid. Just because he believes he's a bad kid, he acts like a bad kid. And it's so stupid, bro.
Yeah.
It's all freaking bullshit.
It's on King David.
Bro, he saved our lives. That's why every day, man, look, I'm in the room. I'm just like, we got to protect our lives, bro.
Yeah.
We got to protect our lives, go hard, and then actually, you know, these guys, bro, they always want to talk big. Talk big against yourself. Go buy a freaking car. Go buy a house. Go do stuff like that. Go build a business.
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting, bro. Not for freaking, like, come on TikTok, make fun of people, and laugh. Like, anybody can do that, bro.
I know. That's what I'm
Find
saying.
fake Find faith from God, real faith in your life. That's gonna give you the most peace and change your life, bro. And freaking have a good marriage and have a good, quick life, bro. Everybody want to talk big, bro. Show me that. Cause yo, they have nothing. The world has nothing, bro. We've been here it's 2026. There's been nothing. Nobody's ever shown us any path to any kind of anything. When I was in bondage, bro, nobody ever showed me the way out. Only Jesus out of nowhere showed me. What?
Yeah, because they're so impatient. They don't want to wait for the prayer to come through.
Exactly, bro.
That's what's up.
Bro, I didn't even have. There's no prayers even at this time. Anything, bro. Just random. Bro, like he spoke to our souls, man. Like this is no doubt, bro. Sorry, no doubt, man. It's pure holiness, bro. Nobody's gonna speak against.
I'm gonna go do live. I'll invite you.
Lock it in, bro.
Easy. Alright, Grant the Grizzle.
Okay, before we take off, what
I
is
gotta
the
watch
first
this.
thing we do? Sibel? No, put the key in the ignition. I like R. Kelly. R. Kelly, one of the greatest. Let me put the key in the ignition. Let me give you that toot toot. Let me give you that beep beep. Why you who told you to join? Because I'm a solo artist. I don't like the bands. I don't do the band. I put the key in your mulli. Okay, before we take off.
I can discern when people are trolling.
I could just
Saying that the people, to me, that plays nothing into the Big Bang. Like that's just
Former Christian and friendly atheist live. Feel free to request up.
we have this new piece of information, and they look back into their Bible introspectively to find certain pieces of the Bible that might match up with that new scientific information. Yeah, and then say, see, they had it back then too. But like, just saying God created the heavens and the earth is not like explaining the Big Bang at all. It's not even close.
So again,
Did you watch that one, Grant? That first one I was in with the that doctor, whatever, that author.
Digging, bro.
I was still trying to figure out who this is.
You're so absolutely stupid. It's crazy, bro. It's actually crazy, bro. How stupid you are, bro.
Bro, I almost choked on my drink when you said that.
Like, you're so stupid, bro. Like, literally, bro. I can't trust nobody around me, bro.
Tu as choisi l'univers là où tu allais choisir le chocolat. Donc ton choix.
The first thing we do.
I'm like, we're worried about the Charlie yet. I know I came on here late. I had a bunch of appointments today. Spent some family time. Came to speak. Came back home. Went to the gym, and then jumped on live. I woke up.
I'm trying to.
Nation have been supporting MAGA because they don't think they have another option, and
Are you Christian because God is actually good, or because you don't want to go to hell?
Speak a lot
Ex-Christians
about, like,
ask me.
the love your neighbor.
Yeah, this one.
No, he's an actual Christian. Like he's probably one of the only people that actually believe in God in this entire country at this point. Like it's kind of crazy.
Right, and he takes such like a fresh, I don't know, like stance on these things, and I don't mean fresh as in like new, but like just fresh.
Here we go. Here we go.
He's doing actual like populism, like for the people, leftist policy, and that is something that they've forgotten about. That's something Democrats just don't do. Like they just don't say this stuff anymore.
Right.
All right.
And as much as I want more
Grant.
like far left people,
Yeah, I mean
think
he's not. He's no Bernie Sanders. But
we didn't
he's
deserve
good.
Bernie.
We did.
Hey, King of Knives, can I get your age?
30.
Awesome. How are you doing this evening?
I'm doing well. Just came out of the debate with that guy named Russell Carrier. Do you know that guy?
No.
He was like
an actor.
It's like he's like an author, and they were just like kind of like lifting him up to a podium a little bit, and he didn't really know nothing, even though he wrote all these books, and they kicked me. So.
Turns out you don't need to know very much to write a book.
I know they were kind of like glazing him a bit, but anyways.
This guy wrote a book. He must know what he's talking about.
Exactly, that's what it was.
Well, that's cool.
His name sounds very familiar, but I looked him up and I literally see nothing about him, so I don't know.
But yeah, like I'm Christian and I like to defend the Bible, I understand there's harsh things in it, and you know it's tough, but we can't just judge something on the first light. We gotta judge it at the end, right? To see the culmination of everything. And what we see today is that, hey, we're all still here. God didn't destroy anything yet, you know, and we get grace and mercy in our lives, and everyone knows that. We get a lot of help, you know, out of nowhere sometimes. So these are all things to give consideration and to look into. That, hey, how can all this amazing nature and animals and plant life and all this, how can it all just come to chance? And how could all these line up all perfectly to create a perfect planet with a perfect this and a perfect that? It just doesn't happen. I mean, we don't see it happen, only here, because
I'd agree it doesn't happen. I mean, it's not perfect.
Yeah, it doesn't happen here either. Yeah.
99% of everything that's ever lived is gone, extinct.
No, what I'm just saying, I'm saying our creation as a human being here.
Story, but it does sound all made up.
Yeah, but how can you explain the perfection in nature?
It's not perfect.
But how does it sustain life then if it doesn't have a system?
It doesn't have to be perfect to sustain life.
It does. It actually does. See, that's where you need to understand. There's so many mathematical equations have to be perfect to sustain life, and there has to be seasons and systems for the body and DNA to actually produce something. So I don't know why we're all over like skipping that.
It's not true.
How?
I mean, like, why is it? I mean, there's like obvious design flaws that are present in animals.
No, but we're still sustaining life.
They were evolved, right? Like a giraffe.
Look at the way our eyes work.
A giraffe has a 20-foot long nerve going from its head to its head. It goes all the way down the neck and then all the way back up.
Yeah.
Like for no reason at all. And like we.
What do you mean no? Wait, what? Why?
It
How is there no reason?
An artery that before the giraffe's neck stretched really long. It made sense, but then that got stretched, and evolution has no way of switching the routing of the two things, the nerve and the artery. So they just get crazier as the neck gets longer.
No, I actually seen a video of that exact thing like a week ago, and it's actually a miracle because the giraffe has a system in its body that his heart is so big to pump that blood up to his head, but when he bends down, that same pressure would blow his head up. But there's actually a system in his neck where it closes off a certain amount of pressure until it lifts up again and normalizes that all at once. So in actuality, it's actually would have to be designed that way from the beginning to even work. So I don't know.
That can happen incrementally.
No, it can't.
Actually, all animals have stuff like that.
No, there's no evidence of animals changing into other things. There is no evidence for that.
Yeah, there is.
No, there isn't.
Every single fossil is evidence of that.
Yeah, there's things that went extinct. No, there's things that went extinct. But
you know, like I think like the problem here is that you're trying to deny an entire scientific field that you've not studied. Like,
no, I'm trying to deny pseudoscience.
You don't have a PhD in biology. You don't have a bachelor's.
You don't need to be educated to know.
Yeah, you do.
No, you don't. No, you don't, man. Come on, man. No, you don't. I'm saying by school. I'm saying you don't need a degree to know.
Well, right, okay, I will grant that you could gain the knowledge of a biology PhD without actually gaining a PhD, but I don't think that's you.
And prove it.
Sure. Let's.
Yeah, you haven't said anything of anything so far. I just kept proving
like, how
the.
old is the Earth?
This one's a hard one. This is a really hard question, right?
It's not that hard.
It is. No, it is, because you guys just throw billions of years at the fan and hope it, you know.
Okay, yeah. So you don't know how we know how old the Earth is, and you seemingly don't remember the number, even though it's kind of a basic science fact. Like I know it's not exactly related to biology, but like, you know, like it's kind of basic. It's kind of a basic part of the story of like what we think happened on the Earth is like how long it's happening.
Keyword is think, right? We don't know for certain.
Well, I don't believe certainty exists anywhere in the natural world. Really.
That makes no sense, man. You're not living in reality. You're not living in reality, brother.
What do we know about reality for certain? Give me a single example. You can't.
Math is for certain.
No, I said about reality.
Yeah, math is in reality.
No, math is. I'm a formalist. I don't believe math is in reality. I think we invent rules, and math is just the study of the implications of the rules that we make up. But you know, just like in empiricism,
Do you have a single example of anything in empiricism that you can know for certain? Like, I would say, like, I don't know for certain my hands exist, even though I'm looking at them right now.
Well, okay.
If you're having trouble with that concept, I can
Perfect.
walk you
Okay,
through it.
I'm for certain that there'll be 4 seasons in this year.
Well, how would you be certain of that?
Because there's evidence to show that it has been consistent for thousands and thousands of years.
Exists?
Yeah.
How do you know you're not in a simulation? How do you know?
No, these are hypotheticals. Now you're getting to hypotheticals, man. See, you're just making stuff up now. You're not making any points.
how do you know it's
You're just making hypotheticals, and it's okay, bro.
How do you know it's not true? You said you're certain, so that means you have a way of
because
knowing
we
for
can
sure.
study and reproduce experiments. Right? We know there's 4 seasons.
Be a simulation. Those studies could all be simulated. So like the idea,
Like-
like I'm trying to illustrate that in science we're using induction. We're just saying that this is the most probable thing to be true. Like we never gain certainty.
Yeah, it's called Occam's razor.
Not exactly.
Yeah, it's kind of true.
No, Occam's razor is just saying you should make minimal assumptions.
Exactly, for a reason.
Yeah, but that's not related to the point I was making.
I'm just saying that there is law and order in this world, and I don't know how you can't see it.
Back to you not knowing anything about science. So you don't know how old the Earth is, and you don't know how we know it. Like you haven't even learned about.
Bro, we were taught this in school. How don't I know about it?
like, when
Wait,
you go
wait, wait. We were taught this in school. How don't I know about it?
Okay, tell me about it then.
It's pseudoscience. It's bull. It's just a bunch of experiments, and they no, they say billions of years, but they can't really prove it.
Why don't you tell me how we think we know how old the Earth is, and tell me how it's not scientific?
Okay, billions of years. When you have that in the equation, then you can account for all this change. Without billions of years, you can't account for all this change you're talking about. That's the only way that the story fits.
What?
Okay, you're lost?
Like, okay, can you please tell us, like, what you think? Like, how old do you think the Earth is? How do you think we got to the actual conclusion that scientists get to about the age of the Earth?
How old I think the Earth is? I can't.
Yeah, how old do you think it is?
Okay, written history is roughly 6,000 BC, 8,000 BC. Okay. Before that, maybe the experiments the scientists are doing are showing how old the actual existence we live in is, because in the Bible it says that there was no earth, it was just water and void, right? So maybe they're calculating that to be billions of years old, possibly, but from what we like Adam and Eve, it'd be 6 to 8,000.
Okay. And you think that the scientists are calculating the age of the water void that
No,
existed?
I'm saying the scientists are calculating the age of existence as a physical realm. That could be billions of years old. But if we're talking about boots on the ground, it's 6 to 8,000 years of man.
So 4.5 billion years ago, God made the uranium.
He could have made like the water. It was just water at that time, right? As the story goes.
There'd have to be like uranium there, because that's what we
used
to date.
Well, there was elements, right? Back then, there was elements to make up the physical world, right? But then the Earth came into the play and then added new things. Yeah. Because you have to go by the story, right? The story about the creation. We got to factor that into our
Or we
argument.
could go by the obvious science that says that's not how things work.
No, but
see,
but I'm not
I'm
completely
saying, like-
disagreeing with you about how old the existence is.
But, I mean, the fossil record kind of is important
The,
to look at,
the
too.
the fossil record has a lot of missing links in the chain.
That's not really. I mean, like, you know, if we like, let's say we were going to try to look at all the bones of all the humans who have lived in the last 1,000 years. Like, if you know, if like you don't have my grandfather's bones, does that count as a missing link? Because I think we're.
No, because we're still the same species. They're saying there's different species in between.
But here's the thing, like when you say species, like I think you're imagining that a species is like a well-defined thing, whereas in reality, it's kind of just like whatever we decide it is. Like it's a
No,
gradient.
no, it's not.
Like no, because like all right, look at like it's like a horse, the same species as a donkey.
The same family, almost same family. Like it's
Right,
pretty
you
close.
see how it's like a gradient, you know? It's like
Yeah.
almost the same species.
Yeah, but it's
in
not.
a way.
It's not an evolution of the previous one. They're saying there's previous evolutionary steps that we don't have, right? But I'm talking about like basically we're the same as we always were, and it's never gonna change. DNA will never change in a way like that. It's not. That's not how it works.
Do you believe in like a paternity test? Like if you took a paternity test, you could prove your dad is your dad.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so like if we sequence the DNA of humans and you know like an animal we think is related to us, couldn't we just like give it a paternity test and like see if we're related?
Well, they claim that we're 90-something% related to chimps, correct? What test did they use to say that? I forget.
So yeah, I mean, I was going there, but it's a little more specific than that. It's not just that there's that many genes that are the same. It's that there's specific genes that we can see were passed on to both humans and chimpanzees, and there's also structural defects in the DNA of humans that shows how our chromosomal count changed from Australopithecus, because that's our nearest common ancestor of chimps and humans. Like Australopithecus had 48 chromosomes, and humans have 46. And you can actually see a merge event in the DNA. It's in like the second or third.
How do they even know that?
How did they know which part?
The 48 chromosome versus 46. How do they?
Because chimps have 48 chromosomes and humans have 46.
Okay.
Right, and then so that means the common ancestor has to be one of those two. Right.
Might? I don't know. You're saying might. You're not saying for certain. I'm talking for certain.
Yeah. Well, I don't believe there's no certainty in.
There is that. See, this is another lie of the world that you can't know. You can know. It's okay to know, man.
System has uncertainty. Okay, wait. What measurement can we take that has zero error?
Math.
That's not a measurement.
Well, you know what I mean. Like math is. That's how they build buildings, man. Because it's always consistent and it never changes.
Yeah. Okay, but do you know what empiricism is?
Not by definition. No, I don't know what it is.
Okay, like so, empiricism is a way of knowing things.
Okay.
Like, mathematical truths are a special category that's outside of empiricism. But empiricism is how we know anything about like the world, and it means that like things we get through our five senses, and like using like a telescope or a measuring device counts as that, right? But no matter what, in the world of empiricism, there's always an error rate. It doesn't matter how good your laser is, or your microscope, or your telescope, or your eyes. There's always a rate of error. There's always a chance that something is wrong about it. So that's why that's like one key reason we don't have 100% certainty about anything in the empirical world.
Yeah, well, that's just like a philosophy, basically. Like, oh, there always has to be room for error. Not all the time, as we know that math is an exception. Right,
yeah,
and I would
say that's not a measurement, right? I mean, that's like, you know, we're imagining. Like,
okay,
instance,
like you.
pi,
okay, sure.
Like pi has infinite non-repeating digits. It's a precise value. It's an actual value on the real number line. But like we don't have infinite digits of precision anywhere, so we can never even establish pi by like measuring circles.
Okay.
Like we
get, like you said, our like our five senses. Like we can both agree that the sky is blue and the trees are green, right? That's we can know that.
Like we can agree on it, right? But
no, we know that.
We have certainty of those facts.
How though?
Well, because like my eyes could be wrong.
No. It's not about your eyes. It's about if we asked all the people in the world, what would most of them say, without having any defects? They would say it's green and blue. So
right, like I think that those are true facts. Like I'm 99.9999% sure that those things are true. I could probably add a few more.
No, you don't, man. You know it's 100%. You know it's 100% true.
It's not 100%. Like, do you know what solipsism is? Like, can you prove solipsism isn't true?
What's that?
Solipsism is like the this is like nobody thinks that this is true. I think the point of this is to show that you can't disprove it. But solipsism suggests that like you're the only actual being that exists. Like every other person doesn't even really exist. They're just a projection of your imagination. And in fact, the universe doesn't exist. It's all just a projection of your mind. And your mind is the only thing that exists.
Well, that's a good theory, but you know,
Yeah, but you can't disprove it.
you can.
Right? How do you know? How do you know that I'm real and I'm not just like in your imagination?
Well, we're all one people, so we have to be connected in some way, shape, or form.
Okay.
So, I look at our world and what we can do with it, and it's nothing but good. But the reason it's bad is because evil people are in power and they're making decisions. So, if people choose good, you know, we'd be living in a utopia right now. Everything would be fine. You know, there would be no room for lies or very, very little chance of error. And then we wouldn't have these discussions because we would know. But the reason we're having this conversation right now, because our world is messed up, but no one really knows why. You know? So that the real reason why the world is messed up is because ultimately men made a lot of bad choices in time and still continue to make bad choices. And the reason I am saying bad is because we know what is bad and what good is. The reason we know is because we have morality, right? We know, you know, like stealing is wrong and lying is wrong. We know that's wrong, right? Because it brings about way more negative than does positive, right? So these are the laws of the universe and the laws of nature.
Yeah,
and we see.
I don't want to interrupt you, but I'm just like, I'm not sure exactly what this has to do with like how you know solipsism isn't true.
Is this filibustering?
No, I'm just saying that we have to come together as a people to answer these questions. We can't just say, oh, we don't know 100%. No, like, if you can't say the tree in the sky is blue and the tree is green, and you're not 100% of that doesn't make any sense.
Like, so I don't know. I mean, like maybe I'm going into the weeds a little bit, but I like this is kind of like basic epistemology. This is just like kind of like the different categories of things that we can know and how we can know them and like how sure we can be of them. But I'm only saying that because you keep bringing up certainty, and I'm just saying like in basic epistemology, we know we can only be certain of certain kind of categories of things, and like people will say like you can be certain that you're having this experience right now. That seems to be pretty airtight, you know, unless I'm like a machine programmed to say that, but wouldn't that be an experience? I don't know. That one's pretty good.
We're all a figment of Auburn's imagination.
You are. I was asked if I was a robot, and I said no, and my computer got sad because I think it was looking for its family.
Oh, darn. Hate when that happens.
It was really sad.
I fail every CAPTCHA test. I might be a robot.
They're getting really hard.
They are.
You know,
it's getting harder and harder to prove I'm not a robot.
The frontier models can all do CAPTCHAs. They can do every CAPTCHA, but they have all this protection in that makes them refuse to do them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's funny.
But well, at the end of the day, you know, we can.
Said it.
But
sorry.
I'm just saying that we can know things, and you can know for certain something is true, not just live your life on a freaking 99.9%. Like.
But do you just know it's true because you feel like it's true?
No, it's that we have to come together and ask the questions: is this real or is this not real? And we get it. It's basically like a general consensus.
Yeah, and I think that we are making that general consensus, right? Like only 33% of the world are Christian. Even in America, Christianity is on the decline. So I think we are making that consensus that like religion is made up. All of them are made up.
What percentage of scientists do you think, and this is not biology based on that, there's a 2009 study where they asked lots of scientists of all different fields, is evolution true, you know, as an origin of the species, not just like microevolution, just overall evolution between species. Is it true? What percentage of scientists do you think said evolution is true?
Maybe 60%, 70%?
It's 97. 97.
Yeah, but most scientists don't believe in God, though, and if they do, it's not the right God.
There's quite a few scientists that believe in God.
Yeah, but they don't believe in the right God because they still can add to the equation that we came from monkeys. But there is no equation for me where that happens.
They believe in the same God as you, most of them, I'd imagine.
Yeah, but then it goes against the creation story then.
It doesn't. They just don't take it literally.
Yeah, most Christians in this day and age, maybe not most, but like a lot of them are shifting towards a lot of the Bible being allegory and not literal. Like we know there was not a worldwide flood. Like we know that didn't happen. It's impossible.
Well, a lot of religions actually around the world reported a worldwide flood.
Not at the same time. Not at the same time. They had local flood myths because floods
Yeah,
are
but
pretty
there
common.
was a certain point in time where they all reported something. And if you actually account for the years the Bible says, everything lines up according to the Bible's timeline. Like it does because
So like regional floods, right? So like I don't know if you are around like Texas or like the Carolinas, right? Recently experienced like ridiculous like biblical floods like wiped out houses and streets. And I can only imagine like if I lived in a small village with no concept of the world around me and I experienced one of those floods, like I would probably think it was magic too. So like I'm sure people have experienced those types of floods and created stories, just like people created thunder and lightning gods, right? Like they experienced a thunderstorm.
I think you can resolve it though.
Dickinson, Texas is predominantly like really, really badly known for flooding. So bad, just with the heavy rain, not even like a really, really bad storm. Just with normal heavy rain, it floods.
Yeah, but like we've had some pretty historic floods, like and I think I'm more speaking like in the I think it was like Tennessee mountains 2 years ago, where like whole like if you see the footage, right, like these floods, literally there was houses like going down the street, like like crazy like biblical flood. I don't know. I can imagine like
what do you mean by biblical flood? Because biblical flood was the whole earth. So how could that be a biblical flood? How is it on the same level?
Yeah, so I'm calling it biblical in a sort of
From your perspective, it looks like everything around you is flooded. You know, you could forgive one for thinking that this was a much larger flood than it actually is.
Have you?
Right, that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, it would sound pretty. When I use the word biblical, I'm kind of saying made up, but where something seemed so big it had to be God is what I'm getting at, right? So
now imagine you don't know the rest of the world even exists, and you live in like a little, random place, and you have like, Matt, you'd probably think your whole world was flooded.
All right,
but we already know
they didn't even know the Americans existed.
Did,
so how
did
would
the,
they know it was the whole world?
Did the Tower of Babylon exist?
No.
There's evidence to prove it did.
I mean, not in the way that it does in the Bible.
The symposium, even on the symposium, historical facts, like on YouTube, there's a documentary that said, "Hey, there was a Tower of Babylon, but it's destroyed."
So
wait, is there evidence of Noah's Ark?
Huh?
Is there evidence of Noah's Ark?
Yeah, and Ron Wyatt and Noah's Ark National Park in Turkey.
So here's the problem. Like that means that you looked up, you heard about like Ron Wyatt finding Noah's Ark, and that matched up with your worldview that Noah's Ark was a real story. So you stopped looking.
Wrong.
Right? Because if you just kept reading, you would find out that like there wasn't any wood at that site.
Wait, hold on. See, this is what you guys don't know. You don't even know the whole documentary. He did X-ray scans. He did X-ray scans of the ground. He didn't excavate.
King, the problem is that Ron White is a known fraud.
He's not a fraud. So okay. If hold on. If he was a known fraud, then why did the whole Turkey government went to the Noah's Ark National Site to commemorate it and have a visitor center?
So the thing here is that it's a little thing that a lot of countries will know about this. This is something that isn't hidden. It's called tourism. If you can get money coming into your government, you're damn right they're going to do it.
Yeah, like the Shroud of Turin is like a thing too. But I mean, like there are sites that have religious significance that aren't bullshit. So like we're not saying that like there aren't actual sites connected to religious figures. I'm just saying that that's not one of them.
Yeah. No, what
I mean, if I was Turkey, I would try to make money from it too.
If you go into a coffee shop that has a sign that says the best coffee in the world, do you trust that they actually have the best coffee?
No, you're just guessing it was for tourism. All you're doing is just guessing it was for tourism.
No, this isn't a guess.
It is a guess.
Like the thing is that Turkey, like, so let me ask you this. You have a meteor that falls into your backyard, a big meteor, right? And you sit there and say, hey, I could charge money to have people come and take a look at this in order to, you know, give money so that I can renovate my house, or I can do, you know, go out, you know, on a nice dinner with my wife, girlfriend, whatever you have, and all this other stuff. Like, it's the same logic that actual countries, and even if you go to the United States, the individual state and towns do. Something that is a big time thing happens, they capitalize on it, so that way you can increase the revenue of your area. The Turkey government will do that because it brings Turkey money.
Yeah, or maybe they.
That's the whole.
But like, I can take it full circle because, like earlier, you know, you were pushing back on like evolution, the science of the age of the Earth, and everything. Imagine if there was a guy who used X-rays and like scanned the ground and said the Earth is 4.5 billion years old. Would you just believe that guy?
Of course not.
Okay, but if a guy scanned the Earth with X-rays and said, "I think there's a big boat in there, and I'm pretty sure it's the one from the Bible," would you believe that guy?
Well, yeah, if he didn't just claim it and nothing else, like there was a whole visitor center built. The whole government and the newspaper wrote about it, right? And also, this is what people don't know about that site. In 1950s, there was an aerial reconnaissance that went over that same exact site, and U.S. actually sent their own scientists there in the 50s to see if it was something of substance. And guess what they said? Oh, there's nothing there. But when Ron Wyatt went back and did his own research in the same spot that the U.S. went in the 50s, he found it. It's because the U.S. didn't want people to know it was there. Because if the U.S. would have broke the news, then it would have been undeniable. But since Turkey broke the news, it was just a tourist thing, right? But you didn't know about that, right? You didn't know about the 1950s part, did you?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, you did? Oh, so why didn't you bring that up?
Well, because I think it's irrelevant.
Ah, see, it's not though.
I think what's relevant. No,
it's not though.
I wouldn't believe the scientist either that measured the Earth to be 4.5 billion years old. What I would believe is if that scientist did the research and said, "This is how you do it," and then another scientist there did the same thing and got the same answer and agreed with the logic of it, and
Yeah, well, like I said, I'll even grant you the 4 billion year old Earth. I'll grant you that.
If there's a community of people who are like studying a thing, and then they have a consensus on it, I just kind of believe them that they know what they're talking about. But that just hasn't happened with Ron Wyatt.
Yeah, he never gave anything to peer review.
It hasn't passed
peer review. This is the same man. Ron Wyatt is the same man who sat there and said that he went under the place where Jesus was crucified.
That's right.
And he found blood on the ground.
And he tested it.
He took it to the testing.
Mm-hmm.
And whenever the tester's like, "Oh my God, this only has women DNA. Whose is this?" He's like, "That's your Lord and Savior."
Wait, no, you got to say it right. No, you didn't say it right. He took the blood to the thing. They tested it. It had 24 chromosomes, 23 from the mother, 1 from the father. They said, "How could this be?" And then that's when he said that.
No. From his own words, he said that they only found women chromosomes. He said there's only so many of them.
I watched the documentary. He said 24 chromosomes.
He sits there and says that there was only women DNA.
No.
There's only DNA from the mother.
If the documentary is made by Christians to try to promote a Christian narrative, they're not going to tell you the counter arguments.
Yeah, but he did find blood on the mercy seat, and then Israel kicked him out.
King also, the simple fact is that not only did he do that, but whenever people are like, "Oh, hey, yeah, can we go in to take a look as well?" He's like, "Oh, no. The Israel government only gave me permission. You're just gonna have to
No, they kicked him out. They kicked him out.
Well, no, this is before they kicked him out. He sat there and went in there, and he said, they're like, "Hey, yeah, so can we go too?" He's like, no, the government only gave me permission to do it.
Yeah, well, guess what? When you're digging it on their holy site, yeah, people need permission to do things, or they're gonna go steal.
They don't.
Yeah, it's only logical.
The government doesn't just deny people blanketly and say,
Bro,
we only allow one person.
No, he was vetted. He was vetted. See, this is the thing. You're misrepresenting a guy. You're completely misrepresenting this guy.
This is not misrepresenting.
Yes, you're just making general blanket statements, brother. That's what you're doing right now. He actually had permission. He was vetted. He would go back to the U.S., he would work, and he would come back.
I can grant you that he got permission. The problem is, no one just gives permission only to that person.
What?
Ever.
What do you mean?
Like, you can sit there, if you go to, like, the pyramids of Egypt, they don't just sit there and say, hey, only one person here at a time.
Yeah, but you're not allowed inside. You're not allowed inside.
Yes, experts.
Okay, exactly. Thank you for proving my point. Thank you for proving my own point.
But the thing is, they don't allow only one expert at a time. They allow multiple experts to go in there. The same thing with what would happen at Israel, is they wouldn't have just only allowed him. They would have allowed other experts. But he said that they only will allow him to go in there.
Okay, and that's their choice as a country. What do you want me to do with that?
That is unheard of everywhere.
Oh, so what? So what are they trying to hide then? What are they trying to hide then?
Huh? What is who trying to hide?
Israel only letting one person go in at a time, or two people.
No, Israel will allow anybody to go into anything if they are experts.
Okay,
you
so
can have a team of people going there. However, Ron Wyatt had himself said that they only would allow him. No one else could go.
And why is that?
Because he made the thing up.
But why did they kick him out then?
Because he was a
They kicked him out because he was a fraud.
Lying.
No,
He was
they
that's
no,
exactly what
they
said.
kicked him
They
out
said,
because he found the Ark of the Covenant, and
King,
they wanted it.
If I go into your house, and I sit there and say, tell people who are in your house, oh hey, look, this bathroom, he only said I can be in here. He only said only me, I can only use this bathroom. And I keep doing that to everybody. And then all of a sudden I'm causing a problem because I am lying to all your other guests. Are you gonna just be like, hey bro, you can still stay here? No, you will kick me out if I'm causing issues for your other guests. That's the same thing that Ron Wyatt did in Israel. He was causing problems because he was lying, and he was causing issues for other people. And they said, hey, you need to leave.
Okay.
He was kicked out of multiple countries for doing the same thing.
Like I said, he was there, boots on the ground. He did the research. He was there for many, many years. Okay.
He was kicked out.
But archaeologists don't think he's smart. Like if other people in archaeology went out there and said, you know, this Ron Wyatt stuff makes sense. Like, do you think that there's no archaeologist that would be like interested if Noah's Ark could be found? Like, I think they would be interested to validate.
The blood of Christ, like that is.
Yeah, but remember, let me.
Noah's Ark,
Okay.
You know, if there's a big boat in there, that should be easy enough to prove. And if they think it's legit, I think they would want to prove it too.
All right, but the reality is that when people get good ideas and good inventions and good things, they're just suppressed, right? Look at all this research.
I think that's demonstrably false. Like when somebody figured out that the Earth was 4.5 billion years old by doing radiometric dating, a lot of people repeated that. They didn't just suppress it.
In the 1900s, in the early 1900s.
The age of the Earth.
Okay.
Do you know that?
In the early
Catholic Church admits the Earth is 4.5 billion years old.
Yeah, and they're also corrupted too. So what do you want to?
Yeah, it's the woke pope. Easy.
Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah.
See, that's one thing we can agree on.
Not about that.
King, are you King? Are you familiar with the story of Jericho?
Yeah.
I'm a Jericho.
Yeah. Well, in the story of Jericho, you know, we have this whole entire kingdom that the walls came crumbling down, yada, 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 right? Well, people had been digging in that area where Jericho was supposed to be. And they would sit there and say, hey, this is the city of Jericho. Somebody else came by, found new evidence, said, no, that's not. And so then they kept digging down further, and they say, hey, look, no, see, seriously, this is the city of Jericho. And somebody else came and found evidence that, no, it's not. Now they have found evidence that the same spot, once they've dug like I think it's like 6 different cities down, that yes, this was in fact the city of Jericho.
Okay.
This made news coverage everywhere. This is something that is actually phenomenal because this helps provide evidence for one of the stories within the Bible. And they did not, quote unquote, suppress it. It is known. People are actually excited because now they can actually dig out what used to be Jericho and figure out, how the people there lived and all these other different aspects that actual scientists want to know the answer to. And so you over here sitting there saying that, well, it's a conspiracy to, they're over here suppressing all this data. No.
Yeah, because one's a miracle and one's
this,
a city. So
King, if they have found evidence for something, especially scientists, they want to be the one who has their name on that paper saying, I'm the one who tested this. I'm the one who figured this out. I am the one who got this out.
Yeah, and they get credit. The second and third one get credit too. So even if somebody already did it, they get credit for showing that it works.
They want that credit because not only will it mean definite funding for the rest of the research on this project, it can mean funding for the next project, and the next project. People want these studies. They want to be able to find these discoveries. So for you to sit there and say that they're out here just suppressing it is bullshit.
Okay, first point. Yes, they found a lot of cities that were mentioned in the Bible. Sure. But what I'm talking about is the miracles. They'll never say they found the evidence of the miracle. Because if you do...
What miracle do you think it has been found?
Actually, I would say that science has been looking for evidence for lots of miraculous things for hundreds of years. Like, we're not like sticking our heads in the sand, I mean, like, people tried to measure how much the soul weighed, right? Like, this is not... Like, science has not been just like...
Okay, so tell me.
The other way.
In the early 1900s, where they found a lot of the cures for the cancer, for power issues, like how do we get power from here to there, and like fuel efficient cars. What happened to all this technology?
Okay,
well, so this is something I actually love because, like, whenever it comes to, like, say, oh, I'm sorry, Corey.
I mean, we're all sorry. Whatever, you can talk.
Okay, here I'll get through the supports as quickly as possible, and then hand it back over, and I'll shut up for a while. But whenever it comes to, like, say the fuel efficient cars, or the alternate to fossil fuels, which is something we desperately need, what happens there is it isn't governments shutting this down. It isn't scientists shutting this down. What actually happens with the car stuff is actually fossil fuel companies buy those patents and they bury them because they don't want you to get away from fossil
and those
fuels.
Same guys are all in bed with the government.
No, King. No, these people aren't. These people pay the government. These are people who do this stuff. But the thing is they're not suppressing it. The government isn't suppressing it, and neither is the scientist. It's these companies. Now, whenever it comes to other things such as like this electricity stuff, a lot of like one of the things I'm pretty sure you're about to bring up is like Nikola Tesla.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the thing
we talk about that.
Oh, okay. You know what? I'll save that for Corey. What was the other thing that you brought up? You said
cure for cancer.
Oh, the cure for cancer. Yes, that one there. Like, a lot of it is like a bunch of bunk stuff. Like, people sit there and said that arsenic or that peach pits and stuff like that.
Arsenic cures
cancer. No, we're not talking about that.
Is that if you eat peach pits, if you eat enough of them, you will unalive.
Obviously.
Right?
Not from cancer.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about the frequency machine. You can have a lot of people make up stuff, but what about the people actually making the right things? So let's talk about Tesla.
King. Whoa, real quick. Whenever it comes to the cancer things, is that these are patents, and you can literally put a patent in for just about anything. Right now, I can sit there and come up with a design and apply for a patent, and I could get a patent for something, even if the machine doesn't fucking work. I'll still have a patent for it.
I'm not talking about a patent. It doesn't matter about a patent.
So go ahead and go with the electricity stuff, Corey.
Yeah, I don't know if King, you wanted to say something before I talked about Tesla a little bit.
Is that okay? This is my biggest deal with Tesla. He made all these amazing technologies, and when he passed, and the professionals and the Harvard studied people went to go look at his papers, they said they found nothing of substance there. How does that make sense?
Well, so I've seen like modern physicists and engineers talk about the various ideas that Tesla had. So I mean, like Tesla, I mean, he did have some inventions that work. He has like a pump that we still use in a lot of places.
AC power.
Yeah, I mean, he popularized AC power. You know, I mean, he was a good inventor. He invented lots of cool things, but he also had some things that were just like infeasible designs that wouldn't work, and it was because he didn't have as good of an understanding of electrical fields that we do today. So like
Because he was the pioneer.
Power would not work.
He was the pioneer. He was one of the pioneers.
Yeah, he was one of the pioneers.
Yeah, but I'm asking, where is this Tesla coil with pretty much free unlimited wireless electricity?
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Yeah, it's somewhere
How?
underneath there, I'd imagine.
Well, like it's not. It literally can't work.
Why?
Like, we know that it can't work. Like,
Why?
I'm not speculating that it can't work. Like
But you know that for certain, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. See, you can know things for certain. See how it works?
I mean,
it only applies. It only works when you guys believe something to be certain.
when I say I'm certain, I mean like 99%. You know.
It can work, man. All this technology was hidden from everybody. All this technology to benefit mankind is always suppressed by the businesses and the governments. And if you guys can't see that, then your heads are in the sand.
That's a bullshit narrative. Like I've heard this narrative. Like it's.
Nah, man.
It's
Look what's going on in the world today, man.
It's just like literally not true.
Look at the world today. It's in chaos.
Look, yeah, I know the world has that narrative is super popular. It's popularized by Brett Weinstein, Eric Weinstein, Joe Rogan, like fucking Sabine Hassenfelder. Like there's a whole bunch of
Turning the freaking frogs game.
Yeah, fucking Alex Jones.
Yeah.
You know, I want some straight goddamn frogs. You know.
Yeah, well, there is evidence that like.
I don't know how all the frogs were straight.
Yeah. Now they're all rainbow colored, talking about
Now they're putting fluoride in the water to turn the freaking frogs game.
Well, fluoride is in the water. Fluoride is in the water though, in the tap water.
That's true. Many such cases.
There's a lot of truth there, but there's also a lot of false. I'll give you that.
So, well, the thing is this is where I'll give you some common ground here, King. Is like specifically whenever it comes to the alternate fueling of vehicles. Like, yes, there are companies that do suppress that. And again, though, that's because the fossil fuel companies want to make sure that you are constantly reliant on fossil fuels. And so, yes, I will grant you that one 100%. Fossil fuel companies have indeed suppressed alternate ways of doing things. Now, that doesn't stop people still, because there's still people who have cars that run on water, have cars that run on old fryer oil. People are still finding ways of doing that, and are still doing that to this day. But as far as how long it took us to get to some of these things, due to the fact that the fossil fuel companies suppress some of this stuff, I will fully admit that. But for the rest of it, it's not something that is actually being intentionally suppressed by anybody. It's usually just like Corey said, whenever it comes to a lot of the Tesla stuff, where it's it just it sounded good and it looked good on paper, but whenever you actually go to implement it, it seemed that there wasn't enough of substance there to where it actually did things.
You know what you suppress? The fossil fuel companies? And this one I always find really funny, because it's we have a massive amount of proof that this is being polluted by fossil fuel companies messing with the narrative. Is the idea that climate change is not true, there's no global warming, climate change is not true, that. I'm not speculating. The idea that that there's even a controversy was invented by the fossil fuel companies. There's a book about it called Merchants of Doubt that was turned into a documentary. They have literally invoices that they paid these propagandists to go on Fox News and try to sow doubt in climate change. It's the Chinese, it's Al Gore. Al Gore is making up climate change. So and it's funny that the weird right wing conspiracy religious right suddenly doesn't believe that the fossil fuel companies are trying to bullshit the public when they actually are.
Corey, the funniest thing is sometimes they'll even buy actual relevant scientists. There's one time I sat there and watched this guy who he was talking about how he said, hey, actually logging is not actually that big of a contributing factor to the rise in CO2, blah 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 blah. And then whenever you actually looked into who is paying him to say these things, to write up the reports that he was writing up and stuff like that, it is literally the logging company. Like, the logging company is like saying, hey, we want to pay you to basically say, hey, this isn't all that big of a deal. It's not that big of a problem. And then he goes and does that. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I guess he
there are
wasn't going to
companies-
publish again anyway. He's like, fuck it. I'll just ruin my credibility. Who gives a shit? I was already retired.
Right, exactly. And so it's like we see these things happening from these companies so that way they can continue making more money. And it's like...
But you know what I think is key about that is that can trick the public, but it doesn't corrupt the scientific community. It doesn't trick scientists. Like, the scientists all know that's bullshit because they know the field. They know that, he hasn't discovered new evidence that has shown that the logging is not a big deal for, whatever that context is. So it doesn't trick them, it just tricks the public.
Yeah. And if you
Ron Wyatt tricks the public, but he doesn't trick any archaeologist. No archaeologists are convinced by Ron Wyatt's so-called research.
Because they haven't went back since and done their own studies.
They have.
No, they haven't. There's no evidence of any archaeologists going back to that site doing the same things he did in excavations. Because they're not allowed to do it anymore.
So the thing is like we have people like, for instance, Ron Wyatt was the one who sat there and said, look, underneath we found evidence that underneath the Red Sea are chariot wheels. And the rest of the scientific community was like, oh, wow, that's really interesting. We need to go and investigate this. And they did. Archaeologists went out there. They not only took it's not like they just took scans or they sat there and grabbed a camera and underwater camera and took a quick snapshot. No, they went down there to where these quote unquote chariot wheels were, and they tested it. Not a single one of them came up as a chariot wheel. It didn't even come up as wood. It didn't come up as anything except for coral. And then there was some other debris down there as well from just people throwing shit in the water, right? But in every single instance where Ron Wyatt has gone somewhere and said, this is the finding that shows that the Bible is true about this particular topic, scientists have gone back in there and investigated the same areas and did not find what he quote unquote found. So if we're going to say that he is accurate, then what we're saying is that only he has ever found these things, and nobody before or after him have.
So has scientists?
And that's a problem.
Okay, has scientists went back to the Noah's Ark National Park site and to do their own studies?
Yes.
To excavate and do their same kind of.
Yes, they've. As a matter of fact, you're talking about the area that has the rock formation.
Yeah.
That looks like it's in the shape of a boat.
Yeah.
They've tested that rock formation. It is 100% rock. It is not. So whenever.
Where do I gotta look this up? Where do I look this up?
100% rock. It's rock.
No, I want to know because you're just saying, but I want to know. I want to look it up. I want to look it up.
What happens is, how am I going to pull that up?
I don't know because you know. You know.
I'm on a phone right now. Are you just going to take my word for me reading it?
No, I got to look it up myself.
I'm on my computer if you want me to find something.
So go ahead and look up them testing the rock formation at that site.
Are we talking about the Durupınar site in Turkey where Ron Wyatt supposedly found the Noah's Ark?
Yes.
Yeah. And what do we want to talk about, what it's made? Because it's made of limonite. Limonite. I don't know that.
Yeah, limonite. Yeah, and that's and the thing is so some people have proposed, well, it's not actually rock, it's petrified wood. This has got to be petrified wood. So the thing is that whenever you petrify wood, you still have evidence that it's wood. They're still going to be there. It doesn't matter how hard that petrified wood gets, it's still going to be the proponent of wood.
Yeah, I've got this document, and it says a supposed cast of Noah's Ark in eastern Turkey by Lawrence G. Collins from the Department of Geological Sciences, California State University, Northridge, California. And he has his email here. You can email him. It's a Gmail address. This is a documentary in 2011. I've been corresponding with a person who is certain that the 515-foot-long arc-shaped structure in eastern Turkey near blah, 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 I can't pronounce that, is either fossilized remains of Noah's Ark or a cast of its former presence. You know, it's a long document, but I mean, like, the long and short of it is that, you know, he thinks it's like limite. It's I said it wrong again, but whatever. Limonite, whatever.
Which is actually a common rock that is in the area.
Yeah, so, like, I mean, like, you can read, it's a very long, detailed document with, like, lots of information and pictures that they took around there, and...
Yeah, but they're only doing it from the surface level, so it's not that hard to prove it's limonite. I'm saying it's underneath.
Well, right, but like, he looked at the same thing that Ron Wyatt looked at, and he just, like...
No, they didn't do the scan of the Earth.
I think that this is, like he said right here, figure 9, the supposed cast of bark. This rock is metamorphosed, crinkled periodite formed at only high temperatures and high pressures in the mantle. So, like, you know, like, one thing that Ron says is actually, like, fossilized wood, like petrified wood. This geologist says, no, that's definitely not petrified wood. That's insane.
But what is he talking about? Is he talking about in the visitor center where he's displaying them?
Look at a rock and they can tell you what kind of rock that is, right? Ron Wyatt, not being a geologist, looked at a rock and said, I think this is petrified wood. Yeah,
but
it's the bark that Noah used to make the outside of the hull, right?
Yeah, but where is this piece? In the visitor center? Which kind of, what was he talking about?
The image is from throneofgod.com/noahsark/natlgo.html, which I believe is Ron Wyatt's site.
Like, really? Like, right now, I can apply for a grant for Nat Geo, doing a documentary, and I can get a hold of the Turkey government, where I can apply to go to that site, and they will give me access to the site. Like, anybody can get access to the site. This isn't something that is novel.
Yeah, but you're not allowed to excavate it.
But by the way, the same guy published a geological survey of this site in a peer-reviewed journal called the Journal of Geological Science. Right? So, like, you know, this was looked into, and it was, you know, they figured out that Ron Wyatt, like, didn't know anything about basic geology. So, like, you know, we looked at it. We see no, like, he just, like, doesn't know what rocks are. So we're just not going to listen to him anymore.
Like, people can be wrong, I'll give you that, but as a whole, he did a lot of other research that actually proved true. So a rock here, a rock there, I'm not too worried about. I'm talking about the total.
Nothing that he has ever done has been proven true. It has not been repeatable. It has not been testable. It's just been him claiming it.
So some of them have been a little bit testable. They tested and found out he was wrong.
No, if they were to go there and they were to excavate the site properly, they would find it there. No, they never even Ron Wyatt never excavated it. Ron Wyatt never even excavated it.
Wait, so every time some guy gets, like, an x-ray machine and points it at a mountain and says, I'm pretty sure there's a thing in there, they should start digging up the whole mountain.
Yeah, but nobody does that. Nobody does that. No, this is what I'm saying. They never excavated it to begin with.
Do you think the Ark is under it?
Yeah, it's underneath because it's decomposed into the ground.
Hold on, Aiden. I can almost get behind this idea that Noah's Ark is, like, deep underground. But the thing is that if that's the case, then why is it that, like how is it that the top parts of it that is above ground, of the out shape of
That's what doesn't make
thing?
sense to me. Like, what?
How is that? Whenever we test that, when we test that rock of this quote unquote arc that's above ground, it doesn't come back as wood.
Wait, are we also going to bring up kangaroos at some point?
I don't know how deep it really is, but it could be below surface. I'm not too sure.
So, like, how far below surface? Like, so let me see if I'm getting this correct, King. And correct me if I'm wrong, but Noah went to. I mean, let's face it. He must have gone to the coast of Florida because that's the only place gopher wood is actually known for. But even if we don't, if granted that it's not gopher wood, and he gets it from a tree somewhere close by, even though the trees close by aren't as thick enough to make an arc. But let's just say that they was at one point in time. And that he got wood from that tree. He then starts creating the arc. Then decides, you know what would be really nice on this arc? Is if I went over to Turkey, grabbed laminate to attach to the top of this structure to make it look like, to have just the outline of the arc itself. And then that's what he did?
No, he didn't do that. He didn't do that.
So then how do we get from then that he didn't do that to now the top parts of the arc that are showing above ground are laminate? And how do we get that to be attached to the arc?
Like I said, I'm not too sure on that one. I'll give you that, but I think it's most of it is below surface. That's what I've been studied.
All right, cool. So maybe Noah's Ark is real, but that just Ron Wyatt sucks, and he just didn't find it. Like
No, but this is the weird part. The weird part is that why did in the 50s did U.S. send their own team to that exact same site to do the same research? That's what doesn't make any sense.
I think somebody tried to create.
You could go in the whole entire world, but they.
That isn't true.
Yeah, no, but you could have. You're saying it. No, it exactly happened how I said it. They chose that spot.
So if I ask AI right now, it'll say that that's a fair framing of what happened.
Yeah, in the 1950s, U.S. did reconnaissance and they found a boat-like structure. They sent their own team there, but they concluded there's nothing there. But Ron Wyatt went back to the exact same spot and he found it. So why would they go to that exact same spot twice?
So the thing is that if like even if I grant you that the U.S. government in the 50s went over that, did whatever, and then Ron Wyatt comes back later to the exact same spot.
Mm-hmm.
All that tells me is that the U.S. government sat there and found something interesting, said, hey, what is that? Looked into it, said, oh, it's nothing, and took off. Then Ron Wyatt knows about this because it can be very, very simple because, like, they could sit there and there could have been a press conference where someone's like, yeah, we thought we saw something over Turkey, and turns out, like, we didn't. It was nothing. Ron Wyatt goes in behind them and says, oh, they were so wrong. This is actually Noah's Ark.
Yeah, but why would a guy spend all his money and time just to go to a different country to do some research?
Because he thought it was Noah's Ark. I think that he believes it.
Yeah, but he did find evidence of petrified wood in other parts of the boat that they found, like the anchor stones with holes in them.
He found a rock that he thought looked like petrified wood.
He also found the anchor stones.
Hold on, no. The anchor stone thing actually has been looked into. And the thing is the anchor stone idea is actually not what you think it is, because it's not an anchor stone. These are actually something very, very more common and a lot more understandable. These are landmark stones done by ancient people who no longer exist. These are things that, like, whenever people are traveling long distances and they come across an area that they might have rested at or they might have done something at, they tend to mark these areas. And it's a way not only for them to know, hey, I have stopped here before, therefore I will know that, this is a cool place to stop at. But it lets other people know, hey, people have stopped here before, so this is a decent place to stop at. And that's what happens.
Yeah, but there's holes in them. There's holes in rock.
Yeah, these holes are designed by people who sat there and did it for what... There's a lot of different reasons that could happen.
I think he's talking about, like, the thing where they went in 1959, the Turkish Air Force was on a mission for NATO, and they just, like, saw this weird-looking rock from the sky, and then so they the next year, in September, they surveyed the site. After 2 days of digging and dynamiting inside a boat-shaped formation, the expedition members only found soil and rocks. Their official news release concluded that there was no visible archaeological remains.
Exactly. That's where I'm saying they're lying.
Nature, yeah. So,
that's where I'm saying they're lying.
Ron Wyatt went out and he was convinced that they were wrong. But like, this isn't like, like they went out and they looked into it. They didn't see a boat. This guy went out and said, no, it is a boat. And then more people went out again, and they're like, no, he's wrong
So,
again.
but why would he do it? Just because the reason he did is to show that God is real and
No,
Jesus
because
is real.
he thinks it's Noah's Ark, and he's
Yeah,
interested.
I know, but what's the point?
Hold on. You just gave perfect motivation for why would he do it. You kept asking, why would he do it? Why would he do it? The reason why he did it is because he's trying to do, he has a goal in mind that he's trying to accomplish, which is to prove the Bible right.
That's right, but what is he going to gain from that? What is he going to gain from that?
What's he going to gain from that?
He's leading people to salvation. No, people don't. Oh my gosh.
King, let me put it to you this way. Let's say I'm a Christian. Let's say that I'm over here. I decide that I'm going to go on a mission to prove the Bible correct. I go out and I go to these places that are within the Bible, and I go to try to make these discoveries. And let's say I do, and let's say that others come to others come to this place, and they're like, "Oh, hey, he was right." I have now gained recognition. Other people are going to pay to have me come to their places to be able to talk about my discovery, because every single thing that Ron White had done after his discoveries, where he went to these places and talked to other creationists, or he did a documentary and stuff, he got paid for those stuff.
Okay.
Don't get it twisted.
I'm not saying he isn't.
Yeah. This isn't a dig at him. I mean, atheist presenters do this all the time as well. Like, there's a lot of different things that atheists talk like.
I mean, but I think if we're trying to assume good faith, we could just assume that Ryan Wyatt is passionate about this and believes in what he's finding, right? Like, we don't have to.
Okay, okay.
I agree that he's doing this because of the fact that he thinks that he has found these things. I can agree that he believes this 100%.
Yeah, I always go with honestly wrong more than dishonestly wrong. You know?
But his main goal was to bring people to Jesus. He's not. He's gonna have salvation at the end, but that goes with any believer as well.
And so, if he sits there and he does that, even if it's not what he claims it to be, like if he sits there and believes that it's Noah's Ark, and he claims that it's Noah's Ark, even though other people have sat there and said, no, this isn't Noah's Ark, guess what? All of the creationist people had heard him claim this is Noah's Ark. So they share that with all their creationist friends, who then shares it with their non-believer friends, and then he creates more Christians. Because they're like, oh, these stories are correct.
No, you don't just become a Christian because you believe in one guy's discovery.
Thanks for coming up.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Corey.
I gotta run.
I'm so sorry for talking so much.
No, it's cool.
Don't be sorry. I gotta. No, it's okay.
Yeah. Well, it's nice talking to you, Corey. But yeah, no. So he what he's doing is he's giving believers the evidence for their faith, and if these believers show the evidence that says, see, that like I believe, and this helps back up why I believe, then on people who don't actually look into it, they could possibly then change their minds or change their positions and become believers.
Yeah, if you do listen to what Jesus tells you, you can only become a better person.
Right. So I do genuinely think that he believes what he found was Noah's Ark. I don't think that he was lying or trying to trick people. And I think that there's enough people on the earth that are also Christian that would want that to be true, and they would go out there and corroborate what he discovered. That's just not happening. And I also think that there's enough people who would go out there to double check, right? Like if he was able to find it with his x-ray or whatever to look into the ground, they're going to do the same thing. They're just not coming up with the same results. And I do think it would be more believable if someone who was not Christian did come to these same results.
Right.
But that's just not happening. Neither is happening, right? Christians are not coming to the same results, and non-Christians are also not coming to the same results. It's just one guy who is making a claim that cannot be, confirmed.
Okay. But like I said, that even if they haven't found Noah's Ark yet, or the Ark of the Covenant, there's still plenty of more evidence to prove like God's real. So these are supporting evidence.
We went
honestly.
sideways, right? So like the whole reason I brought up Noah's Ark is that regardless of if they found something or not, it's impossible for there to be a worldwide flood.
Yeah, there's just no evidence for it ever happening.
Well, how do we find like seashells on top of mountains and stuff like that?
Oh, because mountains were under the water at one point, and then due to tectonic shifting, they collide. The plates collide together and create a peak. And as they keep colliding in together due to tectonic shifting, that peak gets higher and higher and higher.
Yeah, like, are you familiar with Pangea?
Yeah.
Fake and gay.
It is fake and gay, isn't it? Do you fuck with Pangea?
No, I know there's tectonic movement, right? I know that. We can measure that. And
It's only microtectonics. It's not macrotectonics.
But like what you're saying is that everything was under the water at some point. You're talking how many millions of years ago, though?
Right, but like you have salt water and you have fresh water, right? Like those couldn't mix, right? So like all
fish.
All
the
fish
fish,
would be dead.
all the plants would die, all the insects. I mean, how are the insects gonna?
No, but wait, hold on. Prove the seashells on top of mountains again, because how long ago would that be?
Do what?
The seashells on top of mountains.
Seashells.
How long ago would that be?
Like you can actually test them, and they are much older than even the flood.
Yeah, I know, but so where are you placing them?
I mean,
at?
they're older than how old you think the Earth is. This is kind of like a problem.
No. I know, but how old do you think those seashells are? The skeleton fossils of them.
It's been a hot minute since I looked it up, but if I had to take a random guess, I think it's about maybe a couple million years.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. You know that for certain for millions and millions and millions and years ago, but I'm talking about like thousands.
I'm not certain because I haven't looked it up in quite a while, right? So
it would depend on the mountain. It's not the same in every place.
Yeah, like give us a specific instance. But aside from that, like we know that like the oceans and the freshwater couldn't mix. We know that like two animals couldn't repopulate the earth.
So like here's the one thing that I can tell you shows you that at least like even if I could somehow miraculously grant you a worldwide flood. This is why I can't tell you. This is why I can tell you it's not the one from the Bible, because you have the fresh water and the salt water mixing together, creating brackish water all around. And as we agreed, all plants would die. So whenever the ark finally lands, the first thing that Noah does whenever it lands is make a vineyard to make wine. Because he becomes a drunkard. So
my man.
There is no way he could have done that because not only are all the plants dead, but the ground itself is salted from the salt water, which would mean that you can't plant anything there for quite some time until that goes away. He could not plant it.
You're thinking of it from purely a logical perspective. But if you're already talking about the ark, you're already talking about God then anything's possible in that realm.
Have you considered magic?
No, like these questions are a little loaded because you know that it could be a miracle, whatever you're trying to describe.
So the thing is like whenever we bring in whenever we're bringing in miracles to explain away why certain foundational things of our understanding on how things work, then well fuck it. Why even do that? Why not take it a step further? You know what? God just sat there and poofed everything into existence, like fucking I Dream of Jeannie style.
Yeah.
Well, that's what the narrative is.
like this is the thing is it's like whenever you're using magic to explain away everything.
Magic is not a miracle.
This is a miracle. What is the functional distinction between magic and a miracle?
Magic is usually associated with the occult and mysticism.
Magic is just magic is just basically supernatural means for something, right? It's supernatural.
Yeah, and also occult.
I mean, not necessarily.
Yeah, most times it actually is. All magicians, mages, and all this stuff. This is all mysticism.
They're not real.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
So
It's
you're
what it is.
acknowledging that they're the same thing. You're just saying one is of the devil
No,
and one is of God.
Basically.
Okay, so they're the same exact thing.
So there's no functional distinction between
Well,
the two.
no, but like God, like the devil can't do miracles like God can.
God taking clay, making man, and breathing into him is the same thing as a golem spell within Jewish tradition.
No, it's not, because that's a creative miracle versus just a like a curse.
Okay, what is a golem? What is a golem within Jewish tradition?
They have those in mind.
A golem in the Jewish tradition? Not sure.
A golem is it's a figure that you make out of clay that is humanoid in shape, and usually they put a piece of paper, they write on a piece of paper, and you put it in the golem's mouth, and it becomes a living thing.
Yep.
So,
but it doesn't.
God does that with man. The only difference is instead of writing it down on a piece of paper and sticking it into his mouth, he breathes into the mouth of the dirt man and brings him to life.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
It's not because they're making a golem, but nothing ever happens. But at least God made something happen from that.
I just told you in Jewish tradition, the golem comes alive.
It doesn't though.
Well, it might do.
No, it doesn't come alive. That's just a story.
Well, I'm rubber and you're.
Because we know we can do the same thing and it will never come alive. Dirt will never come alive.
It's just a story.
Wait.
God did this.
I think like your entire Bible is stories, and
it's history.
No. You just described it the exact same way.
I did. I really did, didn't I?
You did.
But they're different. That's what I'm trying to get at.
This is called special pleading.
It's not though.
I believe it.
I have 3,000 years of historical evidence in the Bible. You guys have one reference. See the difference here?
You don't have 3,000 years
yes,
of
I do.
reference, because even the Jewish people will tell you that the great majority of the Old Testament, which is their Bible, a great majority of all the stuff that happened within Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, well, no, not Leviticus. Leviticus is more law, and same thing with Deuteronomy. But Genesis and Exodus, these are all made-up stories.
No, because they all believe they're descendant of Abraham. What are you talking about?
So the thing is that they like a lot of Jewish people will tell you that there's only maybe a handful of people within the Old Testament that probably existed, but Adam and Eve didn't exist. Moses didn't exist.
What?
And there's a reason behind this.
No, that's false, man. That's the most false thing you've ever said.
That is not. This is coming
Jewish
from
people don't
rabbis.
believe. No, man. No, it's not.
This is coming from rabbis. Yes, I can call up a rabbi right now and have him up on panel, and he'll tell you this.
Yo, he's wrong because that's in their own Torah. It's in their Torah, man. How could they go against their Torah?
Because the thing is here. Let me ask you this: what is the Hebrew word for
It's just
history?
like the Catholics saying that the Earth is that we evolved.
King, what
it's
is
the same thing.
Hebrew word for history?
I'm not sure.
There isn't one.
Okay.
Because the thing is like whenever it comes to these stories, they aren't meant to be historical because they didn't have a word for this. This isn't something that they ever claimed to do. These are stories that they've created because of the fact that these are people who lived. Listen, these are people who lived after the Jewish exile from Babylon. And these were kind of more or less a story of people who wanted revenge on the people who exiled them.
Okay, this is what doesn't make any sense. Okay, they claim.
Would you like me to get the rabbi up here?
Please, yeah.
Yeah.
They
I'll
claim.
share.
they claim they're a descendant of Abraham, and that the promised land is to Abraham. But then you're gonna tell me Moses didn't exist? It makes no sense. Their whole claim is the promised land is because of Abraham. But if you're telling me Abraham doesn't exist, then what's their claim then?
He said Moses.
I know Moses is after Abraham, so how could Moses not? How could Moses not be real, but Abraham is? He was before Moses.
Well, I never said that Abraham didn't exist.
Yeah, but it's the chain of it's the lineage of the nation, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, right? And then it continued on. No, I would love to get a rabbi up here and ask him this question because he'll be like basically lying.
Well, don't worry. I shared it to him. If he's able to come, he will come. And he can tell you this himself. But he will tell you that the Genesis and the Exodus account didn't exist. That these were stories by a hurt people who were exiled from Babylon.
What do you mean? How is it a hurt people when it was basically their foundation of the 12 tribes of Israel?
Because because they lived in Babylon, and during a great war that Babylon was going through, they exiled all the Jewish people, and the Jewish people called the area in Babylon that they were living in home. If you are living in your house, and all of a sudden your neighbors are going to war, and you are kicked out of your house and forced to move, forced to leave the place you called home, and that your parents called home, and your grandparents called home, and your great-grandparents called home.
Okay.
Would you not be hurt for losing your ancestral home?
Yeah.
So, these are hurt people who were kicked out of a place that they called home, and they had basically this is them telling a story of revenge for themselves, and then it gets written down way after.
The only problem is that it was revealed through prophets, not just random people writing it down.
So the thing is that this is a great majority of what you just said is actually just Christian narrative. This is not according to Jewish tradition. It's not according to the Jewish people. Now, the rabbi that I'm calling, he will frankly tell you that there's certain aspects that he teaches that some Jewish people would call radical.
Okay, but before the Babylonian takeover, we got King David, we got King Solomon. Okay, he would attest to everything that came before him. But after that, that's when the new government came through and King Nebuchadnezzar took over. But remember, what happened to King Nebuchadnezzar? After 7 years of going insane, he came back and he actually redacted and said, yeah, I'm wrong. God is the true God of Israel. So.
Yeah, again, this is like the thing is like if you actually read these stories and the way that you think that you're reading them, you'll notice that there's a specific narrative that's getting played out. In the Old Testament, you see that it's a narrative where the king of the Jewish people, the God of the Jewish people, which they don't actually say Yahweh's name, but the God of the Jewish people have been telling a story about how they have the one true God, and that every single time, whenever it's time to revolt against, where the Jewish people revolt against people, they succeed. They conquer over these people who had once been their oppressors. And again, that matches kind of a story of a group of people who, during the Babylonian exile, had been hurt and wanted revenge on a group of people that they could not actually take revenge on. And then once the Babylonians were cleared out of the place, they actually rejoiced at this because they're oppressed. The people who kicked them out are no longer in charge. But then they said, "No, we don't want to go back there." And then they traveled until they found Israel. In which case, God had given them this chosen land for them.
Well, the promised land was from Abraham, and then After King Nebuchadnezzar, then it was the Persian Empire, and then it was Alexander the Great.
The Promised Land was from Moses' time, because Moses was leading his people to the Promised Land.
Yeah, but Abraham was at that Promised Land first.
Abraham, according to the story, doesn't happen until like years upon years after Moses.
Okay, this is where you're wrong. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Okay, after that, you have Joseph went to Egypt, became prime minister. Then everybody came to live there, and then they were enslaved for 400 years, and then Moses came. So what are you saying? Abraham came after Moses?
I mean, I could be wrong.
You are wrong. You are 100% wrong on this narrative. On the timeline. No, I'm just telling you that you're wrong on this. But I'm just.
Yeah, but the thing is it's the way you're going about this, right? Whenever you're getting really, really excited, and that's fine, cool. I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That's cool.
Okay, but you're here making all these amazing claims, but you don't even know the basis of the story.
Because
this is basic, like kid stuff.
How old are you, King?
30.
You're 30?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure there's a lot of stuff that you learned in the past that you probably forgot, right?
Not this basic stuff. This is basic.
Not this basic.
What did we get wrong?
I got wrong that Abraham, or that Moses came after Abraham.
No, Abraham came after Moses.
Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, I got that wrong.
Okay, there's a book called The Wall Chart of World History. It shows basically from the whole chronology from Adam to Jesus, and it shows every king from every nation, and that's where I've learned the most, is from this book.
So, you think that Adam and Eve were real people?
Yeah, they were.
Wait, hang on. Wait. King, are you saying that Abraham came after Moses?
No, before.
Right.
Yeah, I was the one who said it.
Oh, okay, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Adam and Eve were not real.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the lineage proves otherwise.
What proves otherwise?
The lineage of creation.
Oh, what lineage?
The chronology of the Bible.
The Bible's not.
The Bible proves. Yeah, the Bible proves that the Bible's real.
No, the Bible proves men are real in history.
Actually, fun fact. The lineages that we see in the Bible are actually not from the Bible originally. So what happened was that it was like, I think the 1400s, there was a book called basically the Annals of the World, and this was written by, but this was written by a bishop or something like that. I don't remember what his title was, but he basically wrote a chronological. He basically wrote a chronology of the world, and he ends up using the Bible, and he talks about he did, because of course the begats don't come until later, but he goes off of the people that are mentioned in the Bible and who they had sons and daughters with and stuff like that, and he goes all the way back, and that's how we get the 6,000-year-old Earth.
Yeah.
Right?
Wait, no, but in Matthew,
the Bible includes these.
Wait, how you said 1400s? What are you talking about?
Yeah, this is.
Bro, the Bible was compiled in 400.
Hold on, real quick. A train's coming. I'm gonna meet while the train's coming.
So what were we saying? That's
Like the chronology of the Bible that was outlined in Matthew. How could that come after 1,300 years?
That chronology doesn't actually go all the way back to Adam and Eve.
But it gives specific dates of how long they live for.
So this chronology in Matthew goes back to because it's basically trying to show that Jesus has lineage to David, and it's because of the fact that one of the messianic prophecies is that the Messiah will be on the throne, like he'll inhabit the throne of David, right? So Matthew, of course, or the authors of Matthew are trying to show that Jesus has this chronology through Joseph, and so they go back and they say Joseph's dad was this, and his dad was this, and his dad was this, and they try to go all the way back to David. They don't try to go back all the way to Adam.
No, that's in Genesis. That's in Genesis.
Yeah, and their chronology, where we see the so and so begat so and so begat so and so begat so and so, and all that good stuff. That chronology was not originally in the Bible until after the annals of history, or the annals of the world. My bad.
So in 350,
the annals of the world came out.
Okay.
Then the Bible started putting this chronology also in there.
So in 350 to 400 AD, where our Bible was fully compiled, they didn't add the part of the chronology till 1400, as you're saying?
Wait, what time frame did you say that Bible
So
was made?
our Bible that we have today in our hands was compiled between 350 and 400 AD.
315 and 400.
350 to 400 AD in the Council of Nicaea and the other councils after the fact. There's a few other councils, I forget their names, but there was 3 or 4 councils that basically said, this is the Bible, let's run with it, right? But that has been the same since 400. But I've seen no evidence to prove that the timeline of the chronology in Matthew was added at that point. There is no evidence to prove that.
I'm not saying that the chronology from Matthew was added.
So what are you saying?
I didn't say that. I said the chronology from, like, the Old Testament. So.
Wait, no, but you brought up the 14th century. A guy in the 14th century added something.
Yeah.
What is that? I don't know what that was.
Yeah, what he did was he took all of the people within the Bible, and of course that includes the begats in Matthew, and then he took all of the people, mainly the key figures within the Old Testament, and he added those ages all up. Because some of them, you're correct. There's a lot of them that do give their age. Adam lived to like 900 and some odd years old. Methuselah lived up to, however many years old.
That's right.
And so he takes these, and then he says, okay, so this must mean that the earth, if we go all the way from Jesus, because after Jesus, like, they can just count years from that point, right? So if we went from Jesus all the way back to Adam, through that chronology system that he came up with, he then said, so this must mean that the earth is this many years old.
No, not the earth is this many years old. Men on the earth that's when men on the earth started.
So he can still get to earth because of the fact that, in the beginning God created.
Yeah, but remember, before there was a void and just water.
Oh, okay.
So we're talking about boots on the ground, like Adam and Eve. Boots on the ground was 6,000 years ago.
So hold on, you're not a young Earth creationist.
No, not necessarily. No.
Oh, okay. Well, are you one of the old Earth creationists, or could be old Earth creationists?
It could, like, this is all I gotta say. Written history has only been 6,000 years. Okay, like not the Bible, but I'm talking about like written history in general.
Right.
Can only date back to 6,000 to 8,000 years. Okay, and that's right around creation, right? But a creation of man.
You don't believe that anything was alive before 6,000 to 8,000?
That's exactly it. Well, except for water, but yeah.
Well, okay.
But that's how it's described in the Bible. So we got to use the story and see if it's true.
So, not to be mean, that's just as ridiculous as the normal young Earth creationism. It's just like the Rock was here for.
So before we get into things being older than that time frame, not necessarily writing, because I freely admit writing is about 6,000 years old. 6 to 10,000 by now. But before we get into the older stuff, Adam and Eve, they had like what, 4 or 5 kids?
Well, we know Cain and Abel, but there could have been more, right? This is not mentioned.
So, Cain.
Yeah.
Is one of their children, right?
Yeah.
And Cain is said to have gotten his wife from the nation around him.
Yes, this is a good one. This is a good one.
Where do those nations come from?
See this now, that's a good question. It's not explained how there could be more people if it was just them, right? It doesn't really give into explanation. But all I can say is that there was a lot of elapsed time in between those verses. Like, it's not just like this and then this and then this and then this, like in actual order.
So,
you know, like there could have been a gap of like many people being born, and then it was like you find people. So
the thing is though, is that whenever it comes to this though, is that means Adam and Eve would have to have a good big chunk of children. Like, I'm talking like thousands of children. And even if that were the case, even if I can grant you that they did have all of them, that would make Cain marrying his sister, right?
well, if it's basically you would call that even Adam and Eve would be bad but they're the first two people, so how could they be brother and sister then?
Well, technically, Eve is a clone of Adam because
it's funny that we were taken out of the rib of man, and the rib is the only one thing can grow back in the human body that's a bone. It's kind of a fun fact there, but
Wait, what?
the rib is the only bone in the body that can grow back, and like it's funny how man was taken out of the rib, woman was taken out of the rib. It's just like a funny how it lines up. Huh? Google it. Rib is the only bone that grows back. Google it right now.
Okay, I'll Google it right
It's
now.
the only bone in the body that can grow back.
I feel like we're about to. This is gonna be one of those things where, like, I believe that men had one less rib than women for a really long time.
No, that's not it. No, look it up.
Oh, I thought Hammy said he was looking it up.
Okay. Ribs
Okay,
are
so-
generally considered the only human bones capable of significant large-scale natural regeneration, provided the surrounding sheath of tissue remains intact. All bones can mend after fractures. Ribs actually regrow lost or damaged sections thanks to its stem cells.
Yeah, see, it's just funny how it lines up with the story. But anyways, that's
Okay, well,
beside
to
the point.
compare
Beside the
this
point.
comes from
Hold on, it
Answers to
says-
Genesis, so let me find something.
Well, this one here, so this here is coming from the National Institute of Health.
There we go.
It says, it does say, yes, human ribs can grow back. It says the same thing, especially in young people, provided the surrounding sheath of tissue called the parasitoium, don't ask me to try to pronounce that correctly, I won't, is left intact after injury or surgery. So that means that if it is not left intact, it won't grow back.
Well, I know. I'm just saying. I brought up the point that hey, in those scenarios, it can grow back. So.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
But
anyways,
like, so back to the lineage. Like I know they had a lot of kids, but they went from Seth and then to Enos and then to.
Right, like
Canaan?
the Bible says that gives you a specific number of the children
Yeah.
that they did have. But the problem that we're having here is that, again, even if I can grant you that they had thousands of children that are just not recorded,
Okay.
and that one of those children is the one that Cain and Seth, or it said that their sons got their wives from the nations around them, or
Yeah.
something like that, or whatever. That all of them had gotten their wives from those nations. Those would be their siblings.
Yeah. Well, then we would all be siblings too. Then.
So, well, this is the crux. This is the crux. Inbreeding.
Yeah, inbreeding is real. Yeah, I got you.
Has severe problems with even just one generation of siblings.
Yes.
So we would not exist.
Okay.
But
Wait. Think. But.
Magic?
Okay. Well. No. Yeah. But before the flood, there was something that after the flood happened, where you actually had to like mix up the genes more. I don't know. They used to live longer too. And there's after the flood, we didn't live as long. So there was something that changed. No, it's.
I think
It's in the Bible.
Yeah, I think what changed.
Yeah, but
is,
history
like,
reflects what the Bible says, though.
No, history does not reflect humans used to live longer. It reflects the exact opposite. Like the exact opposite.
Well, it actually says in the Bible that we're about 120. We would like live
We
to.
used to live to the ripe old age of 35 and then die of like every cancer. So like we're doing a lot better now.
Yeah, because our medical advancements. Because they used to die from like very minute things back in the day.
So hold on, real quick. Actually, like life expectancy, it's very funny how it's calculated, right? Because you have to take in like infant mortality and all that stuff. So life expectancy, like, so back then, if you made it out of childhood, you were expected to make it to old age. And 9 times out of 10, if you were healthy and all that good stuff, you still lived to be roughly 60 to 80 years old.
Yeah.
But, of course, you know, other factors take into place, including modern science as far as medical health and cleanliness. So, those who, like, may have lived in a time frame whenever, like, let's say that they lived in an area that was dirty, like 9 times out of 10, like, they probably would have ended up unaliving at like 30, 40 years old because they weren't clean, they didn't get medical attention as needed, things like that, right? But for the most part, if you made it out of childhood, you were expected to make it to old age. And so the life expectancy is calculated the way it is because it takes all those accounts into factor. So life expectancy, as we go back in time, goes lower and lower and lower and lower. You are proposing that what happened was it starts off high and then goes low, and
Yeah, like according to the Bible, that after the flood, that something did happen to our physiology where we wouldn't live as long. I'm not too sure why it happened like that, but that's what we can observe.
Or
we observe that, or the Bible says that.
yeah,
No, we observed that people didn't live longer than 80 to 100 to 20 years old. That was pretty much the cap.
Yeah, I think what that tells me is that this is made up because nothing outside of the Bible would corroborate that.
No, I'm saying it does because we only live to 80 to 120. That's our max, pretty much.
Right, like that's what we can observe in our reality.
Yeah, and
today.
and even David lived to 70, so that's not too far off. He lived like what was it, like 800 BC?
Yeah, like Moses was 800, I think.
No. Moses was 120.
Someone lived, what was it, Methuselah lived?
Yeah, before the flood. Like all these big numbers are before pre-flood.
Yeah, that never happened. Flood or no, I mean the flood didn't happen, but flood or no flood, no one ever lived to 600 years old.
Well, because we can't observe that. Of course, we don't have any proof.
It's not physically possible.
Well, it's physically maybe not possible, but you cannot just rely on physical things to prove a point.
Well, when we're talking about science, you do have to rely
Of course,
on
if we're talking about
reality.
science, of course.
Well, that's what we've been talking about. That's like why I'm just like, this conversation isn't really going anywhere because like when we start talking about the flood being impossible and like all the plants dying, it's just like, well, God fixed it, right?
Well, obviously there
that's
has to be an
science
aspect of
anymore,
miracle with God. There has to be an aspect in the
Well,
equation.
yeah, that's fine, but then you're no longer talking about science. You're talking about.
But I talked about science, about mathematical precision in the world. He designed that, right? And that was there before we even discovered it. It was always there. Like sacred geometry in nature, that's always been there. Like the seasons, like blood moons, solar eclipses, lunar eclipses. These are all things that I add to the table because these things don't just happen out of coincidence.
These things are all explained by.
Yeah, they're explained, but they don't know why it did that. They know how it does it. They don't know why though.
We know why some of those things happen.
No, it's because it's some basically like some
Yeah.
1 in a billion chance of it like lining up like that.
Well, even if it's 1 in a billion, there's.
Yeah, but there's
that
too
one
many 1 in a
chance,
billion. It's not just one.
We're here.
Exactly. There's too many 1 in a billions to say that it's true. That's what I'm trying to say. You have way too many 1 in a billions.
If you play the lottery a billion times, you're bound to win at least once, and it only took once to win, right? And now we're here.
Yeah, but you only had one chance. But you only had one chance, though. That's the funny part.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, there was only one chance the Earth to go right, and it did.
That's not how that works.
Yeah, that's not how odds work. But like, with the universe being, vast
Possibly
and
infinite,
right? But chances are, right? We did play the lottery a billion times, and the conditions were just right for us to be here.
So.
We didn't just play once and got it right. We played it a billion times throughout the universe
and
got it right.
Can you explain to me how a T-Rex or a Velociraptor became a chicken?
billions of years.
See, that's what I mean. Billions of years. Like, no one knows billions of years, man.
Wait, but let's...
That's what I'm trying to say. I'm in the realm of thousands. We can talk about that. When we start talking about billions, nobody knows. You're just guessing. You're just making things up.
Right, but what you're really saying right now is God of the gaps. You don't
No,
know,
I'm God of the miracles.
No, God of the gaps, right? So, like...
No, you have the God of the gaps, because I'm talking about billions of years. I'm not.
No, we have explanations, right, for certain
You have
things.
theories.
We don't have explanations for everything.
You got theories.
We have scientific theory. Do you know what scientific theory is?
Yeah, I know. It's
Right,
more proven than just a regular theory.
Right, and it's more proven than religion by a long shot, right? So, like, we actually have evidence and, like, data backing up this information. Now, there are things we don't know, but there's nothing pointing to, like, a mind or, like, a supernatural being. It's just an easy, lazy answer that, like, if we don't know the answer, it must be God.
No, it's not like that, but we observe a building, right? We know a builder built that because there's no way that those atoms and molecules can line up with that infrastructure, with that electrical, with the plumbing, all to come to that. Now that's in an atom and object. Now how much more precision do you need to have a living object? Much more. So
well, we know a building was built because that's how buildings are built, right?
Okay.
We would know that. But, like, if we just walked into, I don't know, a random universe and we approached some sort of structure, we wouldn't just assume, like, somebody built it, right? Like, a structure could have been...
Yeah, but we have encoded DNA. That's something we can observe and test.
What do you mean we have encoded DNA?
Like, we have, like in our DNA, it can stretch so long, and there's, like, mathematical code in it. Right, and we have cells and molecules that have specific jobs to do, to heal, to repair, to like an eye cell or a brain cell to make the brain and to make the eye. All these all come together in the sperm and the egg, and they start the creation process. This is all not just random chance. Like,
but they're also not perfect, right? You do recognize that there's tons of flaws, and it is extremely left up to chance, right? All of those things
on average,
do not always work
on average,
the way they're supposed to.
Yeah, but on average it does.
No, but you're claiming that there's a intelligent design creator behind it.
Yeah.
But when I point out the flaws, you're like, oh, well, that just
like
kind
what?
of happens.
Like what flaws? Like birth defects?
I mean, that would be one of them. Why do we even have an appendix? Why do our wisdom teeth don't always
No,
fit in
appendix
our mouth?
has a use. You can Google it. It'll tell you it does something.
It bursts. It's
No,
like a time.
It bursts because most people have bad diets, and sometimes you get the bad luck, but most people it bursts because they probably have bad diets or some kind of like genetic like abnormality. But most people it doesn't burst. So we got to go by averages too, right? So the appendix has the appendix
like
has uses.
Perfect, not you cannot go by averages when you are claiming perfect design.
It was perfect at one point, but we fell from grace, right? So that's why we have all this.
Wait. How did we fall from grace?
Because Adam and Eve made bad mistakes.
So Adam and Eve screwed up God's plan.
No, they didn't screw it up, but they just like diverted their plan, their own lineage. Like,
what was God's plan?
God's plan was to have no death, no bad things, but He also gave us free will to choose. So at the end of the day, we have no excuse.
Well, you can't have it both ways.
Yeah. So like God's plan was that He wanted us to have paradise.
Yes.
In essence. So why did He put the tree in the paradise to begin with, and why did He allow the serpent in to trick, not just like give information and let her make a choice? Why did He allow him in there?
He allowed it, but He didn't make anybody make a decision. He just allowed it to happen because it's free will. It's free will.
It's not free will.
It is free will. That's how it all makes sense.
It doesn't though, right?
It does.
So if like my kids have free will, and they have the choice at some point. Actually, let me take it back. My children do not have free will. They get to do what I tell them to do. But when they're 18, they have free will. They have the choice. They can, move away. They can live close. They can talk to me every day. They can never talk to me again. That is free will. Now, if I said, you have the choice to talk to me every day or stop talking to me, but if you choose to not talk to me, I'm going to lock you in the basement and, torture you. That would no longer be free will choice. That would be coercion. So the choice between, believe in God or be cast into, turmoil is no longer a free will choice. It's coercion. So we are not talking about free will. We are talking about, assuming this story is true, we are talking about God putting Adam and Eve into the Garden of Eden, giving them no knowledge of good and evil, putting a tree in the garden, giving a command of, obey me or else, and then allowing a serpent who is a magical being who knows what good and evil are to come in and convince, not just convince, but trick Eve into eating from this tree. And then God comes in and says, oh, well, you fucked up my plan, and now you have to be cast out.
Yeah, but he did tell him don't eat from it, though. You gotta remember that.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, but if God's not gonna make robots, so you can just follow what he says, or that's called a dictator.
But you just said his intention was that they would be in this paradise.
Exactly. He gave the option of, hey, do you want to live forever and have peace in life, or you want to go test the waters and see what's gonna happen? He gave them the free will choice.
So they could only have free will if they were tempted. It wouldn't be free will if they weren't tempted. They would be robots if they had never been tempted.
Well, if you say it like that, I would say kind of.
Why? How kind of?
It's because there was an option to choose right or wrong, just like Satan had an option to choose right and wrong as well.
Well, that's not the question, though.
It is. It's one and the same, because Satan came from there, and then a whole started chain of events and all this.
So why did God allow the serpent in to begin with?
Good question. I can't give you that answer because I don't know. It's a crazy story. I know it is.
It sounds pretty made up, honestly. But
yeah, but why is the world all corrupted with Satan stuff and evil music? All Satanist. It is, man. A Super Bowl commercials, music, everything is, man.
No, none of this is the devil.
It's all. Yeah, but it's all Satan though. It's all Satan though.
No, it's not.
What?
Super Bowl commercial is Satan.
Super Bowl halftime shows, all this Satan cult stuff. It's all pushed in our faces in movies and shows.
Yeah,
what do you mean?
It's not Satan.
It is. They say it's Satan, man. Mr. Satan in Dragon Ball Z. The devil fruit in One Piece. Bro, everything is devil or Satan or demon, bro. A lot of the things are.
It's not. It's just.
It is. What do you mean it's not? What do you mean it's not?
I mean it's not.
But it is.
The devil is also not real.
Yeah, but I'm just saying they still use the same verbiage.
What was the verbiage? Like, can you give an example? Like, what was satanic about the halftime show?
Well, not the recent one, the past ones. Like, I'm saying it's in our face in music and TV. They have like what's that guy, that rapper? He does he was the evil music video with Satan and stuff, and what
was his
Lil Nas X?
Yes, that one. Yes.
Yeah, you know why though?
Tell me.
He was raised in a Christian home, and so he believed the devil, right? Believed in the devil, and it was sort of his way of breaking away from high demand religion.
And if you watch the music video, he does unalive Satan at the end, which
yeah, which
that could be good.
And he was also lusting out the whole 99% of it. So.
Okay, well, we're all human. We're all human, all right.
God was incapable of unaliving the devil, apparently.
No, he gave everything
hands.
Everything is a time and a season, because he's gonna destroy it eventually.
He'll get to it eventually.
Yeah, I know, but this is the good part, okay? If mankind actually came together and said, hey, let's not choose evil. Let's help our people in the world. Let's not have any more poor people. No famine. Then it would be a utopia. We'd be living like those movies where everything's clean energy, everything's pretty much free because no one's greedy. That's what we should be living in. With the reason
and then we could build a tower and try to get to heaven.
No, whatever you want to say. But the reason we're not is because
the reason I bring that up is because the last time humans became unified and
they thought they were better than God. They thought they were better than God.
Goal,
no,
right?
So you're not even making the story right. You're not even saying the story right.
How am I not saying the story right?
Because they wanted to be like God. They wanted to go up, make it to the heavens, and say, I'm like God, da da da. And God said, oh yeah? Level them, brought them back to earth. That's the story.
Well, you're not saying it right either, because God
that
actually
is.
said they want to be like us, right? and that's why he had to confuse their language so they
Exactly.
couldn't stay organized.
That's
Yeah.
right. That's
Right.
exactly what I said.
So
What's
that's
wrong with
last
that?
time we became organized, God had to separate
No,
us
they came
because he didn't
together
want us to
because
become
they
so organized and powerful.
No, they came together because they were trying to be better than God, and I can go reach up to the heavens, I can make a big building full of pride. That's what actually happened, and then they got leveled. They got back down to earth. What did I say wrong there?
I don't believe that is.
That
how
is the
went.
story.
That's actually a really short story.
No, that's the real story. That's the real story of it.
No, what do you mean the real story? Like your interpretation?
No,
or
that's the Bible
actually...
story about what it actually is. The
Here we go.
narrative.
It's a short story. So he says, now the whole world had one language and a common speech. As men moved eastward, they found a plain in Shinar and settled there. They said to each other, come, let's make bricks and bake them thoroughly. They used bricks instead of stone and tar for mortar. Then they said, come, let us build ourselves a city with a tower that reaches to the heavens, so that we may make a name for ourselves and not be scattered over the face of the whole earth. But the Lord came down to see the city and the tower that the men were building. The Lord said, if as one people speaking the same language they have begun to do this, then nothing they plan to do will be impossible for them. Come, let us go down and confuse their language so they will not understand each other. So the Lord scattered them from there over all the earth, and they stopped building the city. That is why it was called Babel, because the Lord confused the language. So it didn't say anything about them becoming prideful or any of that. They were building a city. They were building a tower so tall that it would reach the heavens. And the Lord said, if the people speaking the same language can plan this, that they can plan anything. Nothing would be impossible if they became unified.
No, that's not how it happened, man. That's not how.
I mean, that's what it says, right?
What
I
verse
know
is
you
that
don't
again?
like it.
What verse is that
You don't
again?
interpret it that way.
What verse is that again?
Oh, shoot, I just closed it. It was... so it's Genesis chapter 11. I just read the whole chapter. No, not the whole thing. I read 1 through 8.
Alrighty. Well, it's way past my bedtime, so I'm gonna go to bed.
No, Aiden. It's fine. You have a good night. It was good to talk to you. I missed you.
Yeah, me too.
You sleep tight.
I will. Bye-bye.
Bye.
What?
No, you go. Leave.
Oh, okay.
But the whole reason I bring that up, right, is, this idea that, like, we could be this, utopia if, like, there wasn't evil in the world. But, like, God created evil. So he obviously didn't intend for us to not have to grapple with evil.
I understand it's a tough story, and why did God do this and why did God do that? And there's a lot of whys out there that can't be answered, right?
I have answers.
But you don't have an answer to all the questions of why God did this and why God chose to do it that way.
I do have an answer. Because it's made up, and it's because men wrote the story, and men are flawed.
And then why are they fighting in the Middle East right now then?
Because do you not realize that this is literally a fight between Abrahamic religions, because none of them actually agree on what the one truth is?
Yeah, it's somewhat true, but it's because...
I mean, it's totally true.
It goes deeper than that, because it's about the end times.
No, it's about these end time death cults that are trying to bring upon the end times, and so they understand what the prophecy is, and then they're trying to fulfill it to rush God. That's what they're trying to do.
So is God real then?
No.
So what are they doing then?
Well, they believe it is. Like, they
No.
believe all these things.
Yeah,
all
yeah,
they're
but
doing is unaliving each
but
other.
their main goal is to basically like enslave humanity and like watch everybody.
What do you mean, watch everybody?
Like George Orwell.
Well, they're doing that here with like the tech billionaires.
Yeah, but
and,
it's not there yet.
chill.
It's not to that degree yet. But I'm just saying that's their goal is to basically enslave humanity, to get a mark in their head and their forehead that you can't buy or sell. You know, things like that, right? Digital currency, no more cash, no more gold. Like, it's all moving towards that, right? Financial systems collapsing, ecosystems collapsing. You know, mental health is out of control. Like, people don't have good mental health anymore.
Yeah, but this stuff, this is just human nature. This stuff
Yeah, but
has
if we're getting
happened
more
over and
advanced,
over
then why are we
again.
getting so bad in the mental health and like peace and prosperity? We are. There's way more mental health issues nowadays than there ever was.
Do you know why?
Why?
Because we recognize them. We we don't discriminate against them, and we've labeled them, and people are actually seeking mental health. So, like, all of these conditions are not new, right? Like autism, not new.
Yeah, but
We just-
autism and Down syndrome is way on the rise in the last 450 years.
I'd have to look up Down syndrome because that's the first time I've heard that. But autism is on the rise
Of course.
because we are getting better at identifying it.
No,
In the
no.
past,
There's more cases of autism than ever before because all the
Yes,
poisoning, all the
yes.
poison stuff.
No, the
Yes.
reason there's more cases is because we are actually identifying it.
What? We know what autism
So
looks
let me
like.
give you an example. So like, I want to say it was in the 1600s. It was believed that if someone was left-handed, that they were demonic.
That's superstition. Come on.
No. Yeah, right. But let me finish.
That's not.
So
You
it
can't compare that to autism at all.
Can you let me finish? Can you let me finish? So, it was believed at that time that to be left-handed, you were demonic. And all of a sudden, nobody was left-handed. People were born, and they were all right-handed. Everyone was right-handed. And then, time goes by. I'm not sure exactly how much. And then they realized that no, some people are just born like left-handed. And once it became acceptable, more and more people started identifying as left-handed, right? So all of a sudden it skyrocketed. Not because more people are left-handed, but because the more that we normalize and accept like a certain thing about a person, we're going to basically like check it off.
Okay,
more
so
often.
I just looked
Well,
up.
same thing's happening for autism.
Okay, I'm looking at the autism rates in the last 26 years. Autism has increased 178%.
Yes. Now, why don't you look up when we actually started diagnosing people with autism? Like, women weren't even diagnosed with autism until much later than men. And even then, people were autistic, and you would just call them quirky, or you would just call them, unique. But here they are with their, train collection, right? Like, people have been autistic and they weren't diagnosed. So we are diagnosing more people with autism.
So they say charting of autism is mid 1960s. But I'm just talking about from 2000 to now, and it's 178% up.
Yes, because we are getting better at diagnosing it.
And what about Down syndrome?
That I haven't looked into that one.
So-
I have looked into the autism thing. That's why I'm responding on it. I'll have to look into Down syndrome. I haven't heard about that.
It's also on the rise as well. It's following like a same kind of chart that autism is. And there's a lot of mental illnesses nowadays, like there wasn't before. It's because a lot of the food is poisoned, the air and the water, and it's affecting our development.
So I'm not going to say it's not, right? But I think that has more to do with capitalism and like the ultra rich trying to
Exactly.
cut corners and things. But that's humans. It's not demons
Yeah,
or the devil.
but if you really look it up, all these guys are in bed with each other. Big pharma, big companies, big banks, big government. They're all in bed with each other, and they're all making all this.
Humans. These are all people
No,
that are in bed with
it goes
each
deeper
other.
than that. It's all this world
And
stage.
you know what happens? What happens when you demonize people is you dehumanize them, right? So like these people are doing this, and we need to humanize them, and we need to hold them accountable.
So
but if you demonize it and just say, oh well, it's this imaginary, or not imaginary, but this demon spiritual realm that we have no real control over, and we just need to go into this spiritual warfare to fight it and pray and do these things. Like, you're not actually doing anything. You're not holding these people accountable.
Yeah, I understand, but they also, a lot of these big guys, they're in like cults and Skull and Bones and like Illuminati, Freemason. They're all part of these higher groups, right? And
I mean, sure,
these guys are all a cult.
Yeah, so people become organized, and they also tend to become tribal. That's not proof of a demon, because you could say the same thing about Christianity, right? So Christianity, there was the Crusades, and
The Crusades were in retaliation of Islamic pressure.
well, it was also a slaughtering of people.
It was also a slaughtering, sure.
For the sake of Christianity,
Yeah,
right?
but Jesus never taught to do that. That's a good example of men's interpretation was wrong, because Jesus never said to do anything like that, but they did it anyways. So they're actually going against the teachings. So
they're going against Jesus.
That's
but
right.
Not the Old Testament.
Yeah,
the
but
Old Testament
Jesus
is
made
still
it
the
clear. There's no more eye for an eye.
Right, I understand that, but it's still the same God, right?
It is the
So,
same
like,
God, but it's also a new
yeah.
covenant.
Right, but it's the same God. So if it was okay then, right? Like, people can find justification for pretty much anything, right? They can make it fit whatever they want.
Sure, of course. I'm just saying, like, people want to like make God the bad person, but at the same time, He gave us an earth, right? He gave us all the minerals and the oils to make anything we want to sustain us. But most of the big guys, they just choose to to pollute and to bring people to have no money, to tax
so you're
them.
comparing God to humans?
No, I'm just saying that God gave us every opportunity to succeed. It's just that most of the time.
How did He though? He kicked them out of the Garden of Eden so that they would have to.
Well, they sinned.
They
sinned ultimately.
Sure, but so Adam and Eve, they ate from the tree and God cast them out. The devil tricked them, but he didn't get, punished. Well, I guess he got his feet taken away. But the devil keeps foiling God's plans, but he never really actually just unalives the devil, right?
He will though.
Okay, but he punishes and unalives people all the time.
Most of the time in the Bible that God brings down the judgment is because it's pretty deserved. Not every time. Not every time.
I think that the devil causing humans to fall forever is pretty deserved of
Yeah, but ultimately it's our choice if we want to give our willpower to the devil or God. So
why does God keep the devil around?
Okay, I don't know why, but He also gave you the power to overcome the devil too.
Well, because it's good narrative, right? Like, you have to have a villain.
But at one point there will be no Satan.
Devil,
at one point there will be no Satan. At the end, at the
Why? Wouldn't you lose free will?
No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. Because how could the angels rebel in heaven? Because there was a standard of evil.
Well, God created evil.
Well, God created everything.
So why did He create evil?
These are the questions I can't answer because.
Well, these are the questions that make it sound really flawed.
Yeah, but we're still here. We're still existing.
Right, because God's not real. None of them
No,
are.
but there's
all
no.
All the gods are made up. Do you acknowledge that, other than the Christian God, all of the other gods are made up?
Yeah, because they're basically idolatry.
Well, no, it's just that's human nature.
Because they all worship idols. Every other religion basically worships idols. All the other major religions, they do.
Or yours is also an idol.
No,
right?
we don't.
There's no real difference.
There's no idolatry in Judaism, and there's no idolatry in Christianity.
if you just assume that someone else's God is an idol, then your God is also an idol.
No, because we don't worship a physical object as a deity.
Oh, well, yeah, there's a lot of religions that don't.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the main religions. We got to talk about the big dogs because that's where we're at.
No, I'm talking about all the religions.
Yeah,
right?
well, yeah,
Like,
you can name a one-off religion who doesn't believe in an idol. I'm talking about a majority of religions in the world, Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism. They'll all have some kind of idol. Mecca, the Buddha statue, and also the different gods of Hinduism.
Yeah, Christians have the cross.
No, we don't. Okay. For starters, no one believes that the cross itself is a deity, and for seconds, we don't have to have a cross.
Islam believes the same, like basically the same God. They both came from Abraham.
Yes.
You guys just vary on some of the prophets. Like,
No, they vary on their own prophet, yeah, but they also have new traditions that are not even
right.
feasible.
But we're talking about the deity, right? So they don't have like an idol.
Yeah, but
like
they do. They have Mecca. That's idolatry. They go around in circles and pray on it, and there's a stone in the center that can basically get you on the road to forgive your sins.
And how is that different from a cross?
Because we don't use the cross in that purpose. Jesus says, "Carry your cross and follow me." It means like on your heart. You don't have to always carry a physical cross.
Right, but like a lot of Christians do.
Yeah, but
people
that's fine.
pray around a cross. They have a cross up in their churches. Like,
Yeah,
the point I'm trying to get at is your view of what they do with their Mecca is the same as how they would view
It's
you
not.
with the
It's
cross.
not, because the cross is not a object we worship. A cross is a reminder of what Jesus went through. That's all it is. Mecca is a place where they actually actively pray towards and worship and believe that the stone can somewhat forgive their sins.
So if a religion doesn't have a idol, is it really made up?
It would have to do more research on it to see what kind of credibility it has. Because this is another interesting thing about the Bible. The Bible and the God of Abraham and the books of the Bible is the only book that has been revealed over a thousand years of revelation over many prophets. Every other religion was a one-time guy and a one-time book. There was no adding on. No,
That is not true.
Ow! I'm talking about the main religions. Buddhism is always Buddhism. No. I'm talking about the main religions: Hinduism, Buddhism,
Paganism is one
Islam,
of the biggest
Christianity.
religions.
Paganism is just believing in whatever you want to believe in.
No, it's not. Okay, you're talking about things you don't understand or
Okay,
know.
let's Google what paganism is. Let's quick Google. What is paganism? It's a diverse, nature-based, and often polytheistic spiritual movement that reverses the earth and its natural cycles. It's a diverse and
polytheistic. It's a polytheistic religion. They believe in multiple gods.
Okay, exactly. You can believe whatever you want. That's exactly what I said.
What?
I just said paganism is believe whatever you want, and
No,
that's
it's
what
not
it
whatever
is.
you want. They actually have holy books and doctrine, and like it's not just believe whatever. Like it's an actual religion that like people follow.
And what's your point?
So my point is, like, my whole point in bringing this up is that you recognize that gods are made up. And you would probably agree with me that all the other gods are made up. They're not real gods.
Yeah.
Okay. So my point is, I just also think your God is made up. But you know exactly what that means. You know exactly what it's like to think someone else's God is made up.
Of course.
And so you also have to acknowledge that, like,
But you know what?
nature to make up gods.
Another thing that's funny is that every main religion, okay? I'm talking about Hinduism.
What do you mean by main?
Hinduism?
Because paganism is a main religion. Or do you just acknowledge the Abrahamic religions?
Okay, let's see the religious breakdown of the world. Let's see what we're talking about so we can define terms.
Because only 33% of the world is Christian.
Okay, We got Muslim at 21, Hindu at 13, Buddha's 5, okay, Catholic, Protestant, Orthodox, Christian would be like, what, 30 something, right? Okay. And then you got other religions at 10, non-religions at 11, atheists at 2.2. So when I say main, I'm talking Buddhists, Hindus, Muslims, Christians, and any other denomination of Christianity. That takes up 75% of the world, religious belief. Actually, of the world in total. So that's what I say when I say main, right? So this is another fun thing. All the main religions, right? Hinduism, Buddhism, Islam, they'll all agree Jesus was someone of significance. Okay? Someone, deity, prophet, something, messenger, someone divine. They all agree on that. But if you were to ask Jesus what he thinks about everybody else, he'll call them out like he did the Pharisees and scribes, says, that's idolatry, that's that. So why does every religion give testimony to Jesus, but Jesus would never give testimony to them to be anything credible?
Okay, so I just did a quick search. I don't have time to go deep in it, but the only religions that acknowledge Jesus are the Abrahamic ones, not Hinduism.
You know, when you go around the world and you actually go out into the world and you talk with people and you talk to every religious group and, you know, their higher ups, that's when you get the real experience. And that's what I do. I've talked to all the higher ups in Buddhism, in Hinduism, in Islam.
All the higher ups, what's their names?
I don't know their names. I'm saying they're high-ranking people in their religion. And they'll all agree that Jesus was someone who is enlightened, someone who is a prophet, someone who is a messenger. This is what they'll all teach.
So your only evidence is anecdotal. You don't have
that's one. You can do your own research. I'm just telling you my experience as well. I've done the research, and I've talked to the people. I've done both. I've done the real evidence and the book work. And they all say Jesus is someone of significance, right? They'll all testify of that. But in reality, Jesus will never testify their religions to be true. So that's why they always want to use Jesus to be part of their religion, because no one can ever discredit what he did and who he was. He was a real person.
That's not true. So
it is true.
So, wait,
do you go out in the world and you have religious talks with people at all?
Yeah, so I have, yes.
Do you do debates like downtown main cities in front of a lot of people?
Well, first of all, I don't even really do debates. I try to do conversations on here. But aside from that, like, my anecdotal, like, I talked to this person and this person. I can't judge an entire religion based on talking to two people.
Well, you have to do your own research then.
And I have.
It's not just two people. It's about 15 years of experience.
Right. So, like, Jesus, right? Jesus in the Bible, there is nothing to corroborate his crucifixion and his resurrection.
Well, his crucifixion happened, just not the resurrection is up for question.
Yes. Sorry, I'm getting tired. So there is no corroboration of the resurrection, right? So he's this guy who, you know, said a lot of things. He claimed he was God. He claimed...
he claimed he was the Son of God.
Yeah, Son of God. But there's nothing to say that he was, right? Outside of...
Well, because you wouldn't believe the miracles because you need faith to do that.
You have to believe to be able to see it. Like, that sounds a little
there is an element of faith.
made up.
There is an element of faith when you're talking about something that happened 2,000 years ago.
Right, but like, faith isn't good.
Faith can't be good. Can be good sometimes. Can be good some other times. You're right.
There's no like basis in like fact or reality or anything. You can have faith in anything. If you can be convinced of something with no evidence, you can be convinced of anything. So just because you have faith in something does not mean that it's good. And I would almost argue it's the opposite. You shouldn't have to believe in something with no evidence whatsoever.
That's true, but like, I don't just believe in Jesus just because of faith. No, I've studied for over 10 to 15 years. I've studied the history of where we came from. I studied what this world is today and why it is today.
Well, but it sounds like you've studied and done all of these things with your own bias, right? Like you've
There's
already
no
come to the
bias.
conclusion.
I'm just talking about the general consensus of historians, and I'm also
We've
talking
been
about the.
I've been listening to you for like hours now, and like everything that you've said is extremely biased. You don't actually look for corroborating evidence. Like, go into these things and maybe try to prove them wrong. If they are actually true, you shouldn't be able to prove them wrong. But it sounds like you look for evidence to back up your claim, but never actually like look to see if it's true.
I have, and with also to mix in my own experiences with my own life, it's in harmony. What the research I do, and the way and how I live my life, and I try to be a better person every day, and I see God through everyday people, everyday events. That's where I see God truly. It's not just oh, I hope for a miracle one day and I hope I get it. No, it's living the life, putting the work in, and then you'll see it through there. That's why I said, blessed is the pure in heart, for they shall see God. People want to say, oh, I don't see God, but they didn't fix up their life. Well, how about we fix up our life and then we'll see God?
Okay,
it's simple.
But that's your life experience, right? So I'll tell you like my life experience, right? So like I was a Christian most of my life. And as a Christian, I would have said the same things you are, right? I would have said that like God speaks to me. I can hear him in my head.
I never said that. I never said that though.
Okay, well I would have. I would have said God spoke to me. I would say that I feel God. I would say that like, God has a calling and this and this and that, right? Like these are all things that I wholly and fully believed, and I would see it, and I would find, I would see things that would confirm that. However, like when I stopped believing in God, I still have like a lot of those thoughts and feelings and experiences when I don't believe anymore, right? So I know they weren't God, even though I attributed them to God. But sometimes too, like when we immerse ourselves in something, we start to notice patterns, right? So like when we were shopping for a car, I had never seen a Palisade ever. And then all of a sudden we start shopping for vehicles and I'm interested in the Palisade, and now every time I'm on the road, all I see is Palisades. Like I see at least 3 every time I'm on the road.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
Or like I used to sell appliances, and I found it really interesting that like I'd be watching shows, or like I'd see billboards and I start noticing people's appliances, right? So like I think we can immerse ourselves in something and then we start to see it everywhere. And as a Christian, I would say that that's what was happening, is I was seeing God in things because I was looking for it.
Okay, do you mind if I ask you what denomination?
I was non-denominational. Well, when I was real young, we were Catholic, but then we moved into more of like a Protestant church, but then we went into like the non-denominational charismatic movement.
And what made you leave? Was it the people, your experiences, trauma?
No, I had really good church experiences. A lot of really good people. Honestly, if I miss anything about the religion, it's the church. I miss the music and the fellowship and all the things. Really what did it for me was reading the Bible and doing research. And as I got older, things in the Bible that, like some of these questions that I've been bringing up, right, that like there's no good answer for. And for a long time, I just did the same thing you did, right? Like I just don't know, and I'm not gonna question God, right? Like God's obviously, got a plan, and if I don't understand it, I'm just a tiny, insignificant human. But eventually I got to a point where I believed in God. I still believed in Jesus, but like I was pretty convinced that the Bible had been corrupt. I had gotten to a point where I was like, there's no way that the God described in the Bible is the all-loving, all-good God. He just does such terrible things, and it's so flawed. Clearly written by men with their flaws, and, it couldn't have been inspired by the one true, all-knowing, God or whatever. And eventually, and it took a really long time. Like I deconstructed for over a decade before I finally got to a point where I was like, okay, who am I praying to if it's not the God of the Bible? And if it is the God of the Bible, I don't want to pray to that guy anymore.
Yeah,
and that's when it hit me. It was almost like an epiphany. Like, it hit me. I was like, oh, it's because this one's made up too.
Okay, but
Like,
what did Jesus do that was so wrong?
so Jesus is God, right? God
No,
is the
no.
same yesterday,
Jesus
today,
is
and
the Son of
tomorrow.
God, the Messiah.
So you don't believe in the Trinity.
No, I believe in the Trinity, the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, and baptism, of course.
So
but
they are the same.
they're the same Godhead, yes.
Okay,
It's
so
a new
I have-
covenant, so that's why it's new covenant.
Right, but when we're talking about character, right? So the covenant part has to do with the laws and the rules of the Old Testament.
Yeah.
That's the covenant part.
Yeah.
But when we're talking about God's character doesn't change with the new covenant.
That's right.
So God's character in the Old Testament is terrible. And even though he gets this like rebranding with the Jesus character, it doesn't change that they're the same God.
God's not terrible in the Old Testament. It's just that people made bad decisions and then God punished them.
So so God had to drown everyone, right? So back to the Noah story.
Yeah.
Like, even if I could get behind the idea, right, that like humans continue to foil God's plans, and even though, you know, he intended for us to be in paradise, and then we had to get kicked out, and then everybody became so wicked that he then had to wipe the slate clean, right? Start over with this, you know, holy family of, you know, Noah's family. Why did he have to drown people, right? So you want me to believe that God created Adam from the dust, but he couldn't just do like a Thanos snap and send everybody back to the dust? He had to drown people, which is a terrible suffering
if you
way
really
to go.
Yeah, I know, but he gave everyone a chance to escape though.
No, he did not.
What do you mean? Noah's preaching to tell people, yo, the thing is coming, let's go, and they didn't want to go because they wanted to still do their sin.
Let me double check on that.
It is.
If I remember
That's what it was.
correctly, if I remember correctly, that did not. They didn't have a chance to not get drowned.
He was preaching the word while he was building it. It took time to build. It wasn't just like a one-day thing.
No, I understand that.
Yeah, so
but
like the
the
whole
intention, but God's intention was it was only going to be Noah and his family.
No,
He was very
it
specific
wasn't.
on who
It
would
wasn't.
allowed on the boat.
It wasn't. He was telling people to come on the ark, but no one wanted to. Bring it up, and it will say the same.
Let me see.
Like the funny thing is that like right now, like not a lot of us, but you know, a lot of people in this world are doing really messed up things, but God's not stepping in to intervene, right? So that's to me is like grace and mercy, like to have another chance.
To me, that's proof that God's not real.
No, but he did it in the past. He stepped in the past to
He didn't, because it's only something written in a book that cannot be corroborated.
Yeah, but
and
you
it could be all made up.
But the reason you don't believe and you don't like God is because he did so many terrible things. So it's either he did or he didn't do those things. Or it's either he did those things or he's not real. It's either one of the two.
No. Or he's not real.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm pointing out how the way he's portrayed in the story makes him the villain. Right? Like, I can critique his character in a book and not believe that he's real.
Okay. Yeah, of course.
Let's see. The flood. I'm trying to find where he was building it.
In Genesis 6, it's like wickedness in the world is the title. Also the giants too, right? So that comes into play as well.
The Nephilim.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and so that's my whole thing is like I can get behind this idea that people had to go, right? Like that the Nephilim and you know, the wickedness and all the different things. But what I'm saying is that if God is good and powerful, then he should have there should have been a way to unalive everyone without them having to drown, which is a terrible way
What's
to
the
go.
difference? They're gonna go. They're done anyways.
They're suffering.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because they're dead anyways.
But it matters because they have to suffer, right? So like, you're kind of making my argument. The whole thing is, why did God have to make them suffer when he could have just snapped his fingers and they could have just ceased to exist?
Okay, that's again another question. Why did he choose it that way? I don't know. Because,
Yeah,
because in other stories he did it other ways, like Sodom and Gomorrah. He dropped that hellfire on them. So
Sure, and then there was, you know, like he sends bears to maul children for making fun of the bald guy.
yeah, that one I'll give you that one. That one I can't really explain that, but that's one out of like the whole
Isaac.
book. That's one of the whole book.
Abraham and Isaac, like.
But he knew that he wasn't gonna really do it. That one's really
Right.
that one's really
is
explainable.
So, yeah, so that it's psychological torture, right?
It
So
was
like,
it was just testing his faith, basically.
yeah, so like you can understand, right? Like if I flip.
But
this and I
remember, that's a
said-
one-time like incident with like a one-time person. Like he never really did that ever again. It was just like it was that time, and he just did it that one time. So
So if he does something evil one time,
no, it's not
okay.
evil. He didn't. Nothing happened though.
Yeah,
Evil
I
can
think
only
it's
be
evil.
classified as evil if it happens, like something bad happens.
Well, yeah. So what happened was psychological torture, right? So like, if I wanted to test my husband, and I said, if you truly love me, you will unalive our children. And my intentions are good. I'm not going to let him go through with it. I really want to test his loyalty.
Yeah, but that's
to
not.
see to make sure he loves me more than them, and that he would, you know, do anything for me. And my husband's like, oh man, you know, I really like the kids. I'd hate to have to do this, but you know, I do love you more, so I will do it. And then last minute, I'm like, no, don't do it. You know, I was just testing you. Would you say that I'm a good wife or an abusive wife?
Well, in that scenario, bad.
Why? Why is it
But
bad?
you
for me
can't
to
compare
do
you
it,
can't
but good
compare
for
yourself to
God?
God. That's why you can't. You can't do that. You can't compare yourself to God.
No, I'm going to hold God to the same standard. If something is wrong
But
for a human to do, it's also wrong. And it's not just wrong because a human is doing it, right? It's the outcome. The outcome that my husband has to go through this turmoil of proving loyalty to me and also like unaliving kids.
It's almost a double standard for God.
It is a double standard.
I know.
Because
I
you don't
know.
hold God. Yeah. So like that, and that's the flaw. Is that
But
God,
it's not though, because he does only that stuff most of the time, like 99% of the time. You know, there's that one-off stories that, you know, I can't explain, but like 99% of the time it's because people were wicked, violent, you know, ungodly, and then he had to step in and intervene. That's majority of the Old Testament. All the bad stuff that happened is because of that.
So like, yeah, like my husband is a great man. Most of the 99% of the time he's great. Every now and then he hits me.
No, but we have standards and laws for us, right? God, he made everything so he can technically do whatever he wants.
Right, so God
We're
can
not
do
on the same
evil
level, though.
things. God can do bad and evil things, and we just say, "Oh, it's God. God can do it."
Yeah, but he doesn't just do evil things for no reason. There's always a reason for everything.
And the reasons you are giving me for those two, for the flood, and for
Some reasons I say
are
I don't know.
not-
Some reasons say I don't know.
Okay, and that's fine. And I no longer want to say I don't know. I have acknowledged that it sounds evil. It sounds bad. And I'm not going to just say I don't understand it. I now just say it's evil and bad, and I'm not going to believe it. Or I'm not going to worship the guy who did it.
Yeah, but it almost sounds like cognitive dissonance, because you might know these things are true.
It is cognitive dissonance to believe that he is both good and does bad things.
It's not, because you know that he does, and he's proved and he's shown that he can execute judgment. It's more like called judgment than evil.
Okay, do you think his judgment is just?
Yes.
Okay, so do you believe in hell?
Yeah.
So you believe in infinite punishment for finite crimes?
Well, it's not infinite, because there will be a second death where everything will be wiped out like nothing happened. So it's not technically infinite, but it'll be basically like infinity, basically.
Basically, okay. So you believe in basically infinity of punishment,
Yeah,
death,
long-term suffering, yes.
for infinite or for finite crimes, like really the crime of just disbelief, right? Like I can live a life of charity and kindness and love, but I don't believe in God. So that infraction is equal to infinite hell? That doesn't sound like justice to me.
Well, God will judge everyone accordingly to their actions, right? So you're not going to be judged falsely, right? So I cannot say what God will say heaven or hell to, but if you live that good, healthy, happy life, you're a family person, you help everybody, he's gonna see that, he's gonna acknowledge that, right?
Is that biblical? Like, is there a verse that says that?
Well, love is in there. Love your neighbor as yourself, and love God with all your mind, soul, and strength, right?
But the only way to get to heaven is through Jesus.
Of course, in the new covenant, yes, you're right. But like I said, I'm not God. I'm not going to say, oh yeah, if you don't follow the Bible to the T, you're going to hell.
But you believe that God will send people to hell for simply not believing?
Of course. But it's going to be more than that. You're not just going to go to hell just for not believing. It's going to be there's going to be a long list of things you're doing that are wrong, and that's going to be the majority of the reason you're going to hell. Okay.
Well, but Christians do things that are wrong too, and they're still going to go to heaven because they believe in Jesus.
Because we repent and we try to get better every day. That's what he sees. He sees in your heart if you actually want to get better or not. And if any person in the world who genuinely wants to get better and wants to help people and level up in that sense, they're gonna it's almost like automatically you're gonna find God.
But that's not biblical, and it sounds like you're trying to make God fit your morals.
No, that's just what the reality is. Anybody who seeks good will find righteousness.
It sounds like the right thing, but it sounds like you are twisting the word to fit your moral system, which I think is great.
No, I'm just throwing a different spin on what the Bible says and adding to it, because the Bible is the framework, right? We've got to work from that. But we also have to understand our points in our lives too, right? And what I've experienced in my life is that the good and evil is real. All right. If you choose good, most likely good things will happen. If you choose evil, most likely.
That's not true at all.
It is. No, it is.
It's not true.
It is. It is
That's
true.
That's not true.
It's true. Everyone knows it's true.
No.
That's why we conduct ourselves. That's why a majority of us conduct ourselves in a lawful manner.
Yeah. No one thinks that if you do good things happen. If you do bad things happen. Because we know bad things happen to good people all the time.
Yes,
bad
I'm saying mostly. I said
Christians.
mostly. Most of the time, if you choose the right path, good things will happen. Most of the time, if you choose a bad things will happen. Not in every case, but that's how it works. Okay, there's negativity and positivity.
Wait. Okay. So you're saying that this is how it works, but not every time. And
of
only
course
sometimes.
not, because we see scenarios where people have been evil for all their life and nothing's ever happened to them, right? Yeah, we see that.
And we see scenarios where Christians devote their life to God and their kid gets cancer.
Yeah, or they get murdered. Sure, exactly.
Sure, yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
It actually sounds like there's no fact or consistency to your argument at all.
No, what I'm trying to say is that we have to strive to have a pure heart. That's how we truly see God and understand God. That's the truth.
Yeah, and in all fairness, that's what I'm doing, and that's why I'm no longer a Christian.
Yeah, but just like everybody else, most people are struggling with something or a few things, right? And we all need to come together as one people and try to help each other. But that's what people don't want to do.
We can't do that when you have language that separates Christians from non-Christians.
Yeah, but
throughout the Bible.
But Jesus was
throughout the Bible, it's all about us versus them.
No, but Jesus was the Messiah. He was the fulfillment of the whole Scripture.
Yeah,
right?
But even he was very separate. He separated those who believed and those who did not believe. He even said, you should pick up your, what was it? You need to pick up your cross. And he said, you should love God so much that in comparison, you hate your mother, your father, your children.
Oh, he's saying that you gotta love God first. No, he's basically saying.
Yeah. He's basically saying that you should love God so much.
That's right.
That it doesn't even look like you love these people.
Because once you love God, you're automatically gonna love everybody. That's what he was trying to say.
That's not what he was trying to say. He's trying to say that you put God above all else.
You have
and that
to.
if somebody else comes in the way, you choose God over them.
Yeah, but he also said, love your neighbor as yourself, love God with all your mind, soul, and strength. On these two laws rest all of the laws of the prophets. So basically, over the thousands of years that the prophets and God was trying to convey the message, it's just love your everybody and love God. That's all he wants you to do. It's two simple things, but we keep screwing it up. That's what it is.
We keep screwing it up because like there's this us versus them language throughout the
No,
Bible.
love is love, though. Love is love.
Yes, but you also call God loving, and he does things that are unloving. So it's very confusing, and it's very inconsistent, right?
Yeah, but
so like
most of the time nowadays, he doesn't do anything.
Oh, now he doesn't. He did it before.
He did it before, yeah.
But now he doesn't do anything.
Yeah, like I'm talking on a grand scale. There's no like Moses anymore. There's no stuff like that. That's not happening anymore.
Yeah, because it's made up.
No, it's not made up. It's just that I believe it is a grace period. Like we're getting a lot of mercy and grace, and we're getting a lot of help too, if you want to receive it. But like I said, the first and foremost thing you need to do is like, if someone says they're Christian, you cannot force it on anybody. You cannot judge anybody. That's the two things we have to start with when someone says they're Christian. Don't judge, and love everyone. And that's where I start, because I know I've made mistakes. I know I've fallen short, and I can't judge anyone because I did bad things too. So everybody has their own journey. Everyone has their own struggle. We all gotta help each other, and that's what true Christians should reflect. But what do you see nowadays, or most of the time with Christians? They're very like preachy. They're very strict. There's no love. There's no compassion. There's no friendly talk. It's just like, just like very harsh talk. Very like, oh, you're gonna go to hell if you don't do this, that. They don't even want to have a conversation. So these are
I can recognize that and acknowledge it, and I agree with you that like we should love people and be kind and like take care of people. We should be, voting for things that help the poor and the sick and the homeless and like all of those things. I just don't think you need the God claim behind it. I think that that's just part of like humans, and that when you put a God in it, that's what separates people. That's where you get this us versus them mentality. Because I don't think you can genuinely love someone and also think that they deserve hell. And I'm not even talking about like judging someone. I'm saying like you read the Bible. The Bible's clear on what is and is not acceptable, and then you see someone doing something that's unacceptable, and you think that they are going to go to hell for it, and that they must deserve it, right? Because God wouldn't send somebody to hell that didn't deserve it. So you think someone deserves hell, and I think that goes for yourself. I don't think you can love yourself and also think you deserve hell.
Well, deserve is a very strong word. Like I don't think just because someone does something bad they deserve hell. No, it's because it's the way they live their life as a whole. If you want to be,
that's not biblical though. Biblically speaking, it doesn't matter. Your works do not matter. It's not about your works.
Does say in James, faith without works is dead.
Sure, but you have to have the faith first, right? So
yeah.
Yeah. So like, it's not about works. You can be a good person and do good things. What matters first is that you believe.
Yeah, but you can't just make it just by saying, like, it doesn't work like that. He's talking about the scenarios when you're on your deathbed and you screwed up and you just want to like get right with God last second. Yeah, he'll have grace on you, but like you can't just be like, because he brought it up. He said, oh, didn't we do this? Didn't we do that in your name? He says, I never knew you, because those are the people who profess with their mouth, but their hearts were far from him. Those are the people he's talking about. And that's the most Christians nowadays, and most people who are religious nowadays. They'll say all these nice things, but in reality, in their heart, they don't live that. So there's not enough real people out in these days, and that's the biggest problem I see in the world. There's just not enough real people. People are just trying to cater to gratification and and whatever they want to do. But it's just like there's no love anymore. Like even the Bible says, the love of many shall wax cold. And nowadays, it's a lot of people. It's hard to find relationships. It's hard to find friends, even after high school, because there's like people don't want to have a good relationship anymore. But back in the 50s and 60s, people were more homey. They wanted to hang out and have a good relationship. But now the social media went crazy and people went crazy too.
No, do you know why it's different?
Why?
Because back in the 50s and 60s, well, maybe not 56, 40s and 50s, the rich, the ultra rich, were taxed at 90%. So there was much more wealth in the middle and lower classes. And so people were not working 80 plus hours and unable to afford, basic necessities. Whereas now, in our, late stage capitalistic state, nobody has any energy or time to have relationships. And on top of that, there's no longer any third places. So you have your home, you have work, and back in the 50s, 60s, you would have third places, right, where people like community centers, going to smoke clubs, different things, but places you would go when you weren't working and you weren't at home, so that you could have and cultivate those relationships. We don't have that any longer.
Yeah, we do.
Not to the extent.
Yeah, we have even more than before.
Not really. You have
How?
to pay for everything.
You had to pay
And
for it back
nobody
then,
can
but
afford it.
the difference was that they made more money because the economy wasn't messed up and the world wasn't as corrupt, because the world couldn't be as corrupt because people were still wholesome and good. But as time progressed,
I would say people were more corrupt.
no,
Back
they
then.
weren't. They weren't. You know why? Because people stood.
Segregation?
People stood on morals back then. Okay.
Segregation.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
Women could not vote. Women
I
couldn't even
understand.
get
That's
credit cards.
Yeah, I understand. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about
No, you're talking about corruption, though.
no. That was the
how are
government.
people-
That was the government. I'm talking about people, like everyday people.
Everyday people who were voting for this stuff.
Yeah, well,
Like,
the governments were messed up. They had a lot of work to do.
people were also messed up back then.
Sure, they were. They've been messed up since the beginning of time. But I'm saying,
But I would say that we, as a whole, right, are better than we were then. If you're
we're
talking
not, though.
corruption.
We're not. I'm saying in Canada and the United States, okay, in this side of the world, okay, there was, how should I say it? There was more emphasis on family. There was more emphasis on, being good to your neighbor. People left their doors unlocked and stuff like that. But as time progressed, and more drugs and more social media and TV kept corrupting the people, that's when people started getting worse and worse and worse.
No, we just are more aware of those things.
Everything was more wholesome back then. It was. Now you got everything. The kids nowadays have no respect for the elders anymore.
So you're recognizing problems, but I disagree with why those things are happening. And I'm giving you examples.
Everybody says it, no matter who you meet. The older generation, the kids don't have respect. The kids don't have respect. I hear it everyday life. Everybody does too. No, but everybody hears the same story no matter where you live in this side of the world. It's that these kids are getting too crazy because of social media and because of basically what they call it, helicopter parenting, where you just hover. You don't really really do much. You do some, but you don't do too much, like back in the day. So, like I said.
Yeah. So crime went down significantly. I want to say, I gotta look up my actual dates.
But our jails are too full now.
Well, yeah, there's a few things going on there. So, yeah, I disagree. I don't think that people are more corrupt now. I think that in the past, right, if we're going to talk about the 40s and the 50s, right, you're really focused in on white people, first off.
No, I'm not. I'm not
Yes.
at all. No, I'm
people
not.
People of color were not the traditional, mom and dad and two kids.
Yeah, because you know why? Because the laws were kind of against them until the
Why were those
Martin
laws
Luther
in place?
King and Malcolm X. That's when
Why were those laws in place? Was it because people were voting for it?
And the government was kind of corrupted, kind of back then.
Sure, but people were voting for it.
Yeah,
that's
I know.
Why.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's why people of color were, segregated. They did not have.
Yeah, but
as
Abraham
many
Lincoln
rights.
freed the slaves, and then it got worse, and then it got better, and then it got worse, and then it got better. It was
He freed some of the slaves. Some of the slaves didn't even get freed until.
Yeah, but there was a Revolutionary War.
June 19th.
I understand, but there was a whole Revolutionary War and everything after that.
Sure, yeah, I agree with you that people have been corrupt and that people, have done good and bad things. Where I'm disagreeing with you is that we are more, as a people, are more corrupt now than we were back then. When we can literally look at and just focusing on America, right? Like, we can look at America at that time, and people of color did not have rights. Women did not have rights. You had segregation. You had, I don't know, all kinds of things going on that were incredibly harsh. Versus today, where, like, people are considered equal, right? They're treated equal, and we keep trying to keep people equal. Now, I would say that, like, the economy is, like, totally trashed because of late stage capitalism, but that's not. I don't know. I don't know how
It's
to put it.
deep. It's so deep, and I understand what you're saying, but you have to, like, the family life. There is no more family life anymore. Like, it's not really a staple of
But
it.
that's because of the push of the nuclear family. So
Yeah, but
prior to the 1940s, 50s, you would have multi-generational homes, right? You'd have grandparents, parents, kids in a home, and that helped with, keeping food costs down. It helped with child care. It helped with all kinds of things.
Mm-hmm.
And then during those, I want to say like the 50s, is when the nuclear family really got pushed. And that was part of capitalism, right? Because if they could separate the family, then you would have multiple homes. Multiple homes need multiple appliances. Multiple homes need multiple, beds and bedding, and multiple, you can't make big meals, right? You have to buy a lot of littler meals. And so it was really a push for capitalism so that people were consuming more. That was really why they did the nuclear family. But the nuclear family doesn't work anymore today because you can't afford living on a single income any longer, right?
No, it'd be like the grandparents would take care of the kids when, like, parents are at work.
Right, which doesn't work anymore.
Why? What do you mean it does work?
It doesn't.
Why?
Most boomers don't want to watch kids.
Well, that's their problem. That's but it works though. If people want to try, it works.
Okay, but most people don't try, again, because they're not living in the same household anymore.
Yeah.
And
But all this is, like, we're basically reflecting, like, the governments are corrupt and the big businesses are corrupt.
I agree with you there.
That's what I mean. But why are they corrupt? It's just because they're making bad decisions, or are they all evil?
I think it's because they are human, and humans, when they have a surplus of resources, their dopamine receptors are damaged, and so they don't feel satisfied. They need more and more and more and more and more.
Okay. And so why do they make a plan to, like, basically take over the world then?
Because of that, they need more and more and more and more, right? Like, people like billionaires, right? You don't become a billionaire ethically.
Most of the time, no.
Never. No. You cannot become a billionaire ethically. You can only become a billionaire by exploitation. Millionaire, sure. Hundreds of millions, sure. But billions, no. Like, the difference between $1 million and $1 billion is substantial. I'm sure you've heard it, right?
Yeah.
Like, in seconds, it's I think $1 million is like 37 years, and $1 billion is like 10,000 years or something like that. Like, it's astronomical, the difference. You don't become a billionaire ethically, ever. Just doesn't happen. So these people are exploiting labor. They're exploiting loopholes. They're exploiting, you were bringing up before, putting toxins in our food because it's cheaper, right? If it costs, $1 to put sugar, but it